Dread Breadcrumb just raided.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, little guy.
I'm a simple man making his way through the galaxy, like my father before me.
Your clones are very impressive. You must be very proud.
I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Mac 10, nutty as they come, leave a face stand, and none from the waist down. It's a Sunday, a gun day, rolling down a one-way, in my lap, front and back on the train track. On yak and herb, niggas swerve, it gets on my nerves.
All I smoke is chronic, run my coin just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. That in economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. That broke, then you a failure, stack your money up like
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Ready for some McDonald's lore?
LLLLKLLLL has joined the fellowship.
Whoa, what the? Yeah, thanks for the follow. Ill kill or K? Let's go with K. Damn, Hamburglar? What the hell was that? His face was so messed up. I gotta see that again. Did they really make him that ugly? Holy shit, yeah. That's the nightmare I thought I saw right now. What the hell? That is insane. McDonald's really thought that was gonna be a cool character for a kids meal, or I don't know what the hell it was for. Jesus Christ. New emote? Oh, that face. Yeah, let's see. Well, I want to catch his face right there. Oh, he's hard to catch. No, you son of a bitch. Come back here. Alright, there you go. Screenshot his face. Oh yeah, the cool play place outside they used to have. Oh, welcome in, by the way, Derp. Macus, what's up? Yep, Hamburglar. The cute one. Hey, Visual, what's up? Watching old school Mickey D's. Yeah. Watching a video about why they canceled the Hamburglar. Want to find out why did they get rid of him? Chilling with a sick kid. Oh damn. Going good. Yeah. Pretty good day today. Just starting late. Had some stuff to take care of, which didn't really finish taking care of, but whatever. Time for a break from that. He went goodbye because it was negative to show burglary. I suppose. I think they said right now that that might be a good reason, but let's see what else. What other reasons? His face was, yeah, pretty insane. Yeah, that was the first part. So I think somewhere earlier it said like some people may think it's because he was a burglar, and that's out of style. Really? Hmm. Grown up McDonald's. I hated that. I remember that when he was a human, just a regular human. Terrible. Boston Market, you missed that place? Looks like it's just that McDonald's wanted to become Starbucks. Wanted it to become a place for adults and nutrition. A nutritional place. Woke up at 1 p.m. after a 7-hour extravaganza. Yeah, you needed a nap. I needed a nap too. Never saw that Hamburglar? The one with the fuzzy hair? Yeah, I don't know about that guy. Well, it looks like a man LARPing. Oh, the real life human Hamburglar? Yeah, I remember that. That guy. I don't know when he showed up, but yeah, he sucked. Good thing they got rid of him right away. LARPing. Yeah, he was LARPing as a Hamburglar. You burned yourself on one of those fryer baskets? Oh shit. Yeah, they gotta be like 1,000 degrees. That Hamburglar, don't know him with the weird curly hair, long hair. Well, it sounds like even they don't know exactly what happened. Time for Macca's favorite cartoon. Grimace is the only one people know about nowadays. Yeah, him and Ronald. The only ones they're willing to talk about anymore. You remember seeing this awful show? What the hell's it called? It's got a stupid name, like Chapsaki something. Chapsaki Chooks. The most racist name ever.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
They weren't around that much when you were little. Still saw them in the restaurant, but not much else. Oh, like the characters? Yeah, I don't know. I think you would see images of them. If your McDonald's had a play place, you would see like the characters there still. But then yeah, they slowly started getting rid of anything with characters. Didn't remember the name either. Yeah, of Macca's show. Oh. Yeah, here's Godilla's bird video of the day. Is it playing? Is there music? What's going on here? Any sound? This show isn't well known. It was a Canada imported show. Skinnamarink Dinky Skimmarinky Dink. There's another one you remember called Skunk Fu. Kung Fu. And some other Kung Fu show, right? Shaolin Showdown? A lot of Kung Fu crap. Jackie Chan's cartoon. Yeah, Kung Fu was popular for some reason. For that time period. Another show you remember? Oh yeah, you're talking about that one. Yeah, Shaolin Showdown. Fat Bird? Oh yeah, he's a fatty. That's a big ptarmigan. I would keep that bird as a pet. He looks like a good boy. No volume though. I don't know what's up with that. Back to Maka's favorite cartoon. Jackie Chan's Action Kung Fu. Oh yeah, right. I forgot. Yeah, there was a TurboGrafx Jackie Chan game, and then I think that was ported over to the NES, and probably other systems. I don't know. I've seen it a few times. I'm guessing it was on Genesis and Super Nintendo. But yeah, that was a pretty good little game. Pretty fun, challenging. Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go. Sounds like some made up show. Sounds like an AI created show. Super Robot Monkey Team. There was a knockoff Sesame Street you used to watch with a puppet cow called Wilbur. Oh, I think you showed us that in the Discord. Chooks? That sounds like a slur. Yeah, that's what I thought. And the fact that it's Chopsaki, that sounds like offensive. I don't know. The whole thing sounds bad. Maka said it's full of stereotypes and fucked up racist things. This awful show. This is such a fucking fever dream. Looked up that chooks means apparently just slang for chicken. Really? What? Never heard anybody say chooks. Ever. Never get far in Jackie Chan. Damn. Gonna have to try that out. Which Jackie Chan did you play? The NES one or the TurboGrafx? And Paz the Penguin. I think you definitely showed us that one. Paz the Penguin. It's like a Cartoon Network version of Fanboy and Chum Chum. Oh, you have the turbo version? I wonder how tough it is. I'll try it out right now. After this episode of whatever the Chopsaki Chooks. This was when Cartoon Network had all that live action shows, and the only cartoons were shit like this. Yeah, I remember they started doing more live action stuff because it was cheaper, I'm sure, just to film a bunch of garbage. They started to go the route of MTV, only showing live action bullshit that was no longer music related. Just fucking bunch of Jersey Shore, Real World, stupid shows like that. And then music disappeared from the music TV channel. That goes to show how CN was just fucking weird in the late 2000s. Yeah. It was a terrible time. Apparently in this show they all live in a big shopping mall. Oh yeah, that's another weird thing about this show. They live in a shopping mall. At least the CGI is smooth. The late 90s CGI was always too jarring for your eyes. Wow, this show is Chop, Saki, Jukes. That's a MTV level stuff. Empty. That's when it became empty. Empty TV. Full of empty ass reality TV garbage. Also, it's not only stereotypes about Chinese people, but also black people. This show's all sorts of fucked up. Super Monkey Robot Force is the rarest GBA video cart. Too, because no one bought it. Yeah. Sounds like nobody watched it either on Cartoon Network or wherever it came out. Then they made Adventure Time, regular show. Yeah, both amazing cartoons. Then things were pretty good. Yeah, I remember that too. Like seeing commercials for Adventure Time and regular show, and then I was like, oh shit, those look interesting. I'll check out those shows whenever they come out. It only lasted till 2013 though. The chicken with the afro is the character you remember the most. You knew of this, but never watched it. Yeah, I don't remember this really. I must have just been ignoring Cartoon Network or whatever. Ever catch Code Monkeys? Yeah, on G4. Yeah, I remember seeing that. Oh, 2013 was when they made Teen Titans Go. Great for CN, bad for us. I like Teen Titans Go though, so good for me. I think it's a quality show. It's well done, smart, funny. It just didn't want to be the first Teen Titans, so that's why people hate it. It was not the same show, so yeah. Too bad for original Teen Titans fans. Oh yeah, G4 didn't have much. It was either Code Monkeys, American Ninja, American Ninja Warrior, or no wait, just Ninja Warrior, right? It was the original. It wasn't the American one. It was Ninja Warrior from Japan. So episodes of that, episodes of Code Monkeys, and then I don't know. Their regular shows. Yeah, I remember like they didn't have too much programming, so they had to fill in the hours with a bunch of repeats, whatever. Played it 24/7. This was more your generation of cartoons. And this one, damn, that's a shame. Problem for you and Teen Titans Go is it seemed like they ran it all the time. Yeah, I guess they probably did. I think it got really popular, I guess, and then they figure, hey, why not play it all the time if kids are watching it? You can see how people could like it. You think you could get by with it. You grew up in that generation. Try to separate it from the original. Yeah, if you had no idea about the original, then I think you wouldn't care about it. So you'd be like, this is a funny show, whatever. I do like the original though, so I like both. This and Squirrel Boy. Oh yeah, Squirrel Boy. I remember that. Hearing about that show, never watching it, but I would see like commercials. Squirrel Boy. I'm more about Squirrel Girl in Marvel Rivals. She's the better squirrel person. You remember they ran it for a solid 5 days during a week in 2017. Damn, 24/7 for 5 days? Okay, I could see why you would get mad at that. Hey Vidya, what's up? Welcome in. You had a few episodes of the new show at the time, OKKO, but those were few and far between. Oh, that one I never seen, OKKO. I do remember that title. Richard Horvitz was a voice in Squirrel Boy, so you watched it. Oh, Invader Zim and one of the Angry Beavers, right? And a lot of voices in Rocco's Modern Life. I really don't remember that. Yeah, that's a really big voice actor in the cartoon world. I want to say he's also Ickis in the Real Monsters show. Lots of Nickelodeon stuff. He's one of the voices of your childhood. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Andrew WK show where he just blew shit up. Yeah. I think it was called Build, Destroy, Build. Yeah, I remember really liking Andrew WK for his music, and then suddenly seeing him on Cartoon Network, I was like, what the fuck? I guess Cartoon Network liked his energy or whatever. His hyper, crazy ass energetic personality. Oh, you met him? Awesome. Met him, was totally not able to walk or ask for anything but an autograph. Yeah, I met him in person too after a show. Yeah, I was kind of like stumbling over my words and trying to take a picture of him with my friends. I was like, "Oh shit, how do you use this camera or whatever?" And then he told me like, "Oh, right there, the buttons over here, whatever." He told me how to use my friend's camera. You like Teen Titans Go? It's just a funny spin-off. It ain't. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel about it. It's not the original, but it's good. It's a goofy little show. There are some absolutely bastardization of the series out there, but that isn't one of them. You know, the one I didn't like was the what do you call it? Thundercats, whatever. The one that they tried to make like Teen Titans Go. That sucked. That's a bastardization of the original. That I did not want to see at all. Destroy, build, destroy. Oh, it was the other way around. Destroy, build, destroy. I thought it was build, destroy, build. Oh yeah, he was in Aqua Teen. He was the party god, like a wolf head, floating giant wolf head. And he would sing his song, right? Party, 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 whatever. You didn't watch Teen Titans. You did watch Teen Titans Go. Yeah, so you grew up with the Go generation. Danzig was in Aqua Teen too. Oh, hey Stonk, by the way, welcome in. Yeah, Danzig sounds like he would have been in it too. Yeah, a few rock stars. Some guy I'm not too familiar with, but I remember hearing his name in the show, Zakk Wylde. He made an appearance on Aqua Teen. Yeah, they made a new Thundercats that only lasted a little bit, and it was trying to be like Teen Titans Go, like all jokes and hardly anything like action, whatever. Just trying to be all comedy. You could have watched Teen Titans, just didn't. Oh, okay. Oh, we're watching Chopsaki Chooks. You could see the title right there, Chopsaki Chooks. Episode 1. It was Macca's favorite show as a kid. You never knew that for Thundercats? That's why people hated it. Yeah. Maybe it's on YouTube. We could watch a second of it to see how bad it is. Thundercats can go to hell. Especially after there was an awesome Thundercats. Oh shit, yeah. The really good Thundercats remake that they also canceled after like half a year. That shit was fucking great. That was a great revival reboot. That was awesome, man. New art style, an actual really deep, meaningful story, characters you get invested in and everything. Good stuff. I canceled that show due to friggin' toys Oh yeah, I heard about that too. That it was all due to the toys not selling. Yeah, Cartoon Network. Well, a lot of businesses they give up on things right away if it's not super profitable. Like look at Netflix. They cancel everything if it's not a giant hit right away. Like if it's doing just decent ratings in its first season, they're like, cancel it, whatever, get rid of it. We need only the giant hit movies and shows and whatever. Yeah, Netflix sucks for doing shit like that. A lot of networks do the same thing. Oh yeah, Dark Crystal. They had no face in that after the first season, whatever. So anybody making a show for Netflix, I think they gotta make it so it's a one season type show. Make sure you finish the story, and then if they ask for a season 2, well, fuck, you gotta figure out something. Volume of the show a bit? Okay. How's that? I put it so it's hitting the yellow a little bit. Oh shit, there we go. It's over. Let's see what else is on this list of shows I got here. Or actually, yeah, let's see that the Thundercats show. See what they got. I forgot what it was called too. Thundercats. I want to call it Thundercats Go, but I know that's not it. Thundercats Roar. That's what it was. So even the title, they wanted to rip it off a little. Sounds very much like Teen Titans Go. Thundercats Roar. Let's see, is there an episode or are these just clips? This thing says it's got episodes 1 and 2 combined. Or a compilation, I guess it's just clips from episodes 1 and 2. Let's see that. Yeah, I don't like anything about this. Especially like you said, video, when they made that awesome show, the awesome remake earlier, and then they go and do this. Better? Okay. And that fugly art style can go fuck itself. Yeah, I didn't like that art style for this.
McDonald's gave me diabetes just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Alright, Macus, so this is a short kind of video itself, so just watch this one and then that one. Whatever you got cooking up there. Does everyone know about the good looking, the great reboot of Thundercats that Vidya is talking about? Cause yeah, everyone needs to see that instead. Yeah, I think I'm already tired of this. I don't like this shit. Time to do the change the channel alert.
I am sure he's looking down from heaven right now.
Got tired of it.
Change the channel, Marge!
Even if it was
Omega
a
Magdi
short.
is just redeemed. Change the channel.
Thundercats 2011. Look it up. Wow, that show was more recent than. Yeah, honestly, I thought their remake or reboot Thundercats was in the 2000s, like the middle or something. 2008 or well, yeah, around there. Let's see, Mechas, what did you want here? What's this about? Oh, okay, you found this. Alright, let's see this. Oh shit, I didn't notice that. Yeah. Lotus rating, oh shit.
Lotus Cast
Hey,
just rated.
Lotus. Welcome in. And let's start doing some shoutouts. Welcome in. Did you enjoy Marvel Rivals today? Was it a good day? And welcome in Raiders. How'd it go? Do a lot of winning? Or a lot of losing? You have Marvel. You hate Marvel Rivals so much. So mad you can't spell.
Your girl's a hoe, you're broke. The kid ain't yours, and everybody know your old man says stupid. You be like, so? I love my baby mother. I never let her go.
There was Lotus. Yeah, so damn. Bad day at the Marvel Rivals. The sweats were out. Oh, all the sweaty players. Damn. Yep. That's what I think it's just gonna get worse as the game the longer it's out. I think people are starting to get better and better, and all us regular players are gonna get left in the dust. Casual players. Hey, where's Brady's shout out? Hello? There we go.
Before in WWE, and it's never anything good.
The fuck? I'll figure that out later.
You're gonna go take an angry shower. Okay. Yeah. Let off some steam.
Gigi taps out and caps
Shake
for
it
the
off.
win.
Shake it off. And then maybe later I'll start playing it and you can join the team. Forgot to do this.
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. I want to see what you got.
Let's see who else is here from earlier. Dreadbread, Derp. Oh yeah, Dreadbread with the raid.
Wow, speedrun strats all the freaking way. I ran right into Banjo. That was perfect. Oh my god, someone clip that.
And Dreadbread. Hello, clips. I don't know why they take so long sometimes. And then they break down other times. Is it broken? No problem, Dreadbread. Oh man, it's broken right away from the start. Shit. Goddamn shoutouts. Breaking half the time. Yeah, they say if you touch it too much, it breaks.
Man, guy, you are... Oh my god. That guy jump scared me pretty bad there.
Twitch Guru. Yeah, Twitch Guru. That's the only one I really knew about to do take pictures. Taking pictures of the shoutouts.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and divided the light from the darkness. Say Indie Propane Accessories.
Who did that? Was that you, Stonk? You did that message? You like the idea of this? There's Godzilla. Oh shit. Oh no, that's Gran Turismo. I thought it was a different racing game. Yeah, he plays a lot of racing games, I guess.
Arrows just going. Shoot, 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 shoot.
Wait, another Dreadbird? Or shit, getting mixed up.
Now Jed, the fire got off once.
No problem.
I'm crying. Listen to it. Hell, you're shooting with your gas.
What's going on?
Oh my god.
The police, there's a cop out there doing spin moves.
Snuck in there again, yeah.
The grenades go.
I wish the mix was
I like
better.
this arrow's the best. Shoot, 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 shoot.
Grady H2700 asked me.
The back, the back, the back. Jennifer's yelling about. Oh shit, they're up.
There it is. Oh, you're waiting.
Cheeks on Netflix. Just sign right above the right ass cheek. Yo, what the hell are you talking about? You cocktucker. I ain't never shown my ass. Cheeks on Netflix or anywhere else, you piece of shit. Where do you come up with this shit? Keep dreaming. Dick bag. I'm here to enjoy this stream. Not sign some imaginary ass cheeks. Now let's focus on the Manic Monday, Retro Rama Llama, and leave the ass talk where it belongs in the trash.
Retro Ramalama. Alright, so there was one more, I think. Visual. Think that might be everybody. Let me know if I'm missing somebody. And it's broken again. Or it's gonna take like a minute. A minute later. You can't hear the game audio very well on it. Oh, someone redeemed a feature that made all the effects all goofy. All the sound effects were like some guy going shoom shoom. Yeah, Visual has clips, right? Don't tell me there's no clips or it's broken again. Could have sworn Visual had clips last time. Yo, what what are you talking? There you go. There's Visual.
Garbage
Oh,
day.
damn.
No.
Oh, that's you, Visual. You're blacking your own clip. You didn't want us to see it?
Ow. You running away, you coward. You get your ass back here.
Alright, I think that's everybody.
I like what you got. Good job.
You've been using scene.gg for shoutouts. Usually doesn't get stuck unless you redeem them together. Damn. Yeah, I never even heard of that one. So much dog barks, can't hear shit. This is Macca's other favorite show. Skunk Fu. Yeah, let's see if we can find the good Thundercats. Thundercats 2011.
McDonald's gave me diabetes just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
What's that? Oh, another show, Macus? Alright, let's see. Oh, this is the cow you were talking about. Yeah, I don't know this one. This is gonna be a weird one for me. Wilbur?
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken? Fuck that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon!
Give me a hell yeah! I said give me a hell yeah!
Wilbur. That's the end of the Wilbur show.
What? What?
Also from Canada. Another Canadian show. Here's 2011 Thundercats, the good one. You like fat birds? Intro isn't the correct audio. Oh, did they? Oh, okay, they mixed it.
Dread Breadcrumb just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
They mixed the audio from the original show. Yeah, something was different. It's not exactly how I remember it. That's alright. The original song is cool. Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack was a fun show to watch it. Yeah, I like that. Flapjack was cool. I like that show. Kinda like Adventure Timey. Oh, we're just picking whatever. Random stuff. Brady. Could be anything. But yeah, let's see. Next. Dreadbread. What do you got here? See this? Oh, okay. Right, anybody that forgot about this? Oh wait. Looks like we're in ads, so I'll take a break right now. What? Oh, she's speaking in tongues again. Was that the lewd name on Dragon Quest? Cochino? Cochino Quest?
Hi all, this is Kermit the Frog, and I'm...
Oh yeah, throw throw a shoe at him.
Hi all, this is Kermit the Frog, and I'm...
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't go fucking shit.
Hi all, this is Kermit the Frog, and I'm...
2700 just redeemed. I didn't go fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
You didn't do
Brady
fucking shit, Brady.
2700 just redeemed. I didn't go fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't go fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Oh, no, no, no.
Brady 2700 just redeemed.
Give me a hell yeah! I said give me a hell yeah!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't go fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't go fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
You didn't do
Brady
fucking shit, Brady.
2700 just redeemed. I didn't go fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't go fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Oh, no, no, no.
Brady 2700 just redeemed.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh shit, there's the door.
Hi all, this is Kermit the Frog, and I'm...
Room, and I just told myself I can do this for 7.5 years. Fuck that shit, man. Being stuck in a cell like that with 20 other people and one crap.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
All right, back. E.T. Haven't seen this in forever. Yeah, it's been gone for feels like 15 years or more. I haven't seen that in a long time. See, Brady, did you put up the show you wanted to see? Post it when you get back. Oh, okay. Oh, you don't have enough points. Okay. Alright, I guess it's
Who wants to play video games? Bingo!
time for that. Check out this game that somebody, who was it, told me about. A PS2 Fist of the North Star video game. Wait, this screen. There you go. Woodpecker. Oh, hey Anna. Welcome in. Only got 383 points. You'll post the video when you get enough. Alright. Welcome in, Anna. How are you doing? So yesterday was mostly all about this awesome show. I mean, yeah, show and movie. Oh shit, hey, hello. Welcome into Halo. If you play Fist of the North Star on PS1, it's actually pretty good. Faithful to the anime. You should leave a reminder for that in the suggest a game. How come you don't leave suggestions like that? PS1 Fist of the North Star. Put a reminder for that, man. An actual good game. You never watched? Oh yeah, you never watched it? Fist of the North Star, but you love watching it. You hear yesterday. Oh yeah, that was my first time seeing that movie too. That shit was fucking cool as hell. Really like that. Yeah, just awesome crap. Awesome stuff. Mechas, you remember Johnny Test? Grandma Mechas hated that show? Oh, yeah, I kind of hate that show too. He's the same voice as Ratchet. Yeah, I don't know what it is about Johnny Test, but I just did not like his character, the show, the dog. Everything kind of got on my nerves about that. You know what it was too? I felt like it was a crazy ripoff of Dexter's Lab. Like a weird mixed up version of Dexter. Cause why did he have like twin sisters that looked like Dexter? You know, like they had glasses and red hair like Dexter. And I think they were like smart and scientists and all that. I don't know, that made me mad about it. But like, man, this is just awful. Oh, is that 2 shoutouts? Did we do 2 shoutouts? Okay, I don't know. It seemed like 2 clips came out or something. You think Mechas actually suggested that the show? Oh, that you're gonna post of the intro in Discord. You remember? Let's see, arcade. You remember when you were younger, watching Fairly Odd Parents, and your grandpa went, "Don't turn this shit off, it's stupid." Yeah, I could see an older person not liking that. Alright, who do we got? Is that Old Ken? Time. You got a timer for picking a character? Oh shit. Whoop. Just going with whoever. Check suggested games. Fury, Heliport. Okay, Ray. One of the brothers. This looks great. Looks pretty badass. Thanks for a shout out. Got stream muted because got an important phone call. Max sent me DM with I have an idea for us to work on together. Yeah, before I forget, let me just do it right now because I know I will forget. On Discord, I'll just send you something right now. Wait, do I have your Discord channel? Yeah. That's Rao. Oh, Ray is actually Rao. That's his Japanese name. Yeah, there's a Fist of the North Star fighting game. I didn't know about it till somebody brought it up yesterday. Yeah, I don't see you on Discord, Hollow. So I don't know, I guess better to send you something on Twitch. Alright, let me do this. Wait, how the hell? Man. How do you send a direct message on Twitch? Thought it would say right here, send direct message, but no. It says chat. That can't be it, can it? That's for everybody to chat. Yeah, send me a message. I don't know what I'm doing with this shit. Shit gets confusing. Yeah, this is a PS2, based off an arcade that I didn't know existed either. Pretty damn cool though. How's the volume for this, by the way? Let's see. Let me turn off the background music I had. Just let this, because this sounds pretty cool. Turn it up. Right there. See what that sounds like. Alright, how's that? Back Lotus, you let off some steam. Feeling better about Marvel Rivals. Ready to get back in there, kick some ass. Still want to punch a monitor, but yeah. Good old tryhards, ruining everything for everybody. They just try too hard, damn it. Make everyone feel like crap. Yeah, I don't like playing like insanely freaking sweaty players or whatever. People that are so into the game, they just study it day and night. Whoa, look at that dude. The hell? I don't remember that in the movie. Bunch of naked girls covering up this guy. Oh, I got a dragon pin. Alright. Nah, fuck that game. Gonna play Persona 3. They don't try hard and be the best, they're a loser. Touch grass. Oh shit, Marcus, you in the parking lot again? What's going on now? What's going on in that parking lot? Oh man, this guy. You like video games, but you'll never care about someone's kill streak in a game. Yeah, I don't care about anybody else's stats or whatever. I'll be happy if I pull off something impressive, but I'm not gonna look at other people's stats and be like, ooh, gotta respect that person. I don't even look at anybody else's stats for any game, really. Don't really care. Stay away from your car. Macus is in the same parking lot with you, Brady. Kill streak is a big deal to your ex, and it's like, whatever to you. Yeah. Especially because he never sounded like he was having. Oh shit. That's when you know something's wrong. Like you're playing as hard as you can, but you're not having fun. Yeah, that sounds like a sickness. I won't play a game if I feel really shitty playing it. Oh no! Damn. Wait, they got moves, right? Move list. Oops. Yeah, how the hell do you view the list? Oh shit! It's in Japanese. Okay, well, I could just follow whatever the hell. Maybe the instructions on how to do some of this shit. Fatal. Aerial. Oh damn, I don't want to do aerial. Okay, twice and punch for one of these fatal moves. Why play a game if you just yell at the TV? Yeah, that's kind of crazy to me too, when people are playing something and they're just getting so mad that they're just constantly yelling at the TV. Sounds like a horrible time. Oh, we got a game alert. Starfish Hitler.
Video sottolineatura fanno just redeem the time to play the game.
Never gonna run around. You understand sometimes the game gets frustrating, but if you're not having fun, you play something else. Yeah. Days Before Christmas. Wait, that was your suggestion video? Yeah, somebody else brought that up in the Discord, but yeah. That's funny, you want to see that game too? You're playing for money and you lose. Oh yeah, if you're in a tournament, yeah, then it's money on the line. Yeah, there's a reason to really get mad. It's kind of a big deal if you're gonna win or lose like a ton of money. Get to it. Alright, video. Yeah, I'll see. I wanna see if I can beat this game. High punch, high kick, deadly. I don't really know the buttons here. Oh shit. Man, yeah, this game looks awesome as hell. Look at all that sweet animation. Get to it. Oh, you're playing this? Yeah. Oh, did you think it was a video? Yeah, I'm actually playing it right now. Trying to figure out how to play it. I think there's 4 attack buttons. Seems like. Let's go with the hero. Good old Kenshiro. Stage 2. Kenshiro versus. What's this guy's name? Shin.
Kenshiro versus Shin.
Man, I can't believe they didn't bring this to the US. Like, why? This looks fucking cool as hell.
The time of retribution.
Anybody would have loved to play this back then. Damn. Yes, oh, you did think it was a video? Oh, I got a fireball, looks like. US gamers love fighter games, yeah. Figured you could bring like just about any fighting game to the US and it has a reasonable chance of becoming a hit. Wish I knew. Oh, there we go. We got a super move. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, the kids. The kids from the movie, that's cool.
Battle 2. decide the destiny.
Oh, there's his Dragon Punch. Oh, get out of here. Stop that. Damn, can't do the move. There we go, something good. Oh shit. Alright, one back time. Good enough. Sent you the info about your redeem. Wait, about the... what was it? Oh yeah, Christmas. Yeah. Christmas days or days of Christmas. Oh shit, a girl? Who?
The time of retribution.
Oh, is this the girlfriend in the movie? Huh. Didn't expect to fight her. KO. Yeah, days before. Yeah. Oh man, who was it? I think I want to say PP Power Party sent that suggestion. So yeah, I actually downloaded the game already. I played a little bit of it off stream. It's an interesting little game. Damn, throws a lot of projectiles. Oh man. Oof. God Fist Blow. Let's see his moves. Anything else he can do that I can actually do? Oh, I hit these. You gotta press circle to get to the moves list. Okay. Deadly is high punch, high kick. Fatal. Okay, one of them's backwards. I'll try that. Deadly. Oh no. Damn. Oof. And she's tough. I wish they translated all this. All this Japanese text. It's weird that there's so much English in the game though. I mean I guess that's normal for a lot of Japanese games. I don't know why. Mixing up English and Japanese. This guy looks cool. Jagi. Judah. Judah's Castle
versus Yuda.
Yuda, man. Yuda.
The time of retribution.
A lot of dialogue.
One. Decide the destiny.
Oh, this guy's kind of got some slow moves and shit. Alright, at least his shotgun reaches all the way. Oh shit, there was a bunch of dirt.
6, 5, 4,
no.
2, 1, 0.
Damn. I think these guys take off way more, or I mean damage me more than I damage them.
2. Decide the destiny.
That's kind of cheap. Oof, man. Stage 3. It's already tough. Alright. Do play different. Let's go with this guy. Mr. Hart. Holy shit.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Damn. Oh, was that? Did he do a Kirby move? Is this guy really Kirby? He sucks in all the air. Oh, I don't like that. Whatever we got. Oh shit, yep. Oh, I don't have any dash power with this guy. Hell yeah, kill him. Nice. I think I've found my guy here.
Mr. Hart.
Mr. Hart.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh, I gotta be close for that. Okay. Oh, what the? Oh, big miss.
Lose. Final battle.
We gotta figure out some other moves. What else can we do here? Backwards punch or high punch? Alright, dragon punch. Holy shit. Damn, it's tough to do this super move. And you gotta be right next to him. Alright, that's not the guy. Thou there? Yeah, let's go with this guy. Thou there. Oh shit. This is the guy that was on the
time of retribution. Battle 1.
big old throne on a bike.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh man, let me do that pyramid move thing. That's it. Kind of lame. Oh shit, what? Oh man. Damn. What a move. That guy was good, but damn. Alright, the girl has a bunch of shit she can throw. Hopefully that'll help.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Oh, these are just her attacks, not even moves. They're a special move. Motorcycle helmet.
Mygadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh, damn.
4, 3, 2, 0. Time's up.
Alright, she's good.
Win.
Oh, did that alert not go off? Alright. Goldilla, let me see. That's weird. Didn't hear anything. So you want to see a penis glands video? Is this gonna have to be censored? Will we not show it?
Who wants to play video game?
Starfish Hitler. Thanks for that, Goldilla. Okay, both punches. The deadly one. I wonder when can I do some of these, I don't know. Just don't know. Oh, really? Oh, no way.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Damn. Well, messed them up.
Win, Mamiya.
Mamiya. Moving up. Mamiya versus Mr. Hart.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Hell yeah. Time to just spam arrows.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
There we go. What are you shooting at, Macus? You want to play Marvel Rivals and shoot people as Punisher? Get back into Punisher mode. Oh shit. Kenshiro.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Damn, oh shit. Wow, there's a lot of damage then. You want to be Captain America and punch people? I think if you want to punch, you gotta be Iron Fist. He's the best puncher. Seen so many people just running around with Iron Fist, knocking out everybody. Man, this girl is fucking badass. Might be the play, yeah. Yeah, some characters, man, I have no idea how to use. Wolverine. How the fuck do you win with Wolverine? When everybody's shooting at you and you have to walk up to them to get any sort of attack. Fuck that.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Oh, damn it.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
shit. Uh-oh, man, this guy.
Lose.
I'll still pick her. Mamiya.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Oh shit. Damn. Ripped their shirt open. Oh man. Damn it. Son of a bitch.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Holy shit. Damn. This freaking game. Alright, who haven't I picked? This guy, yes. Pyramid.
Sauza.
Owl there. Man, look at that background. Freaking nuts.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Damn, I don't know any of these freaking moves. Fatal, okay. Oh, missed. Alright, survive. Oh no, shit. Oh fuck, no. Oh shit. Damn, I couldn't even survive.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Yeah, I feel robbed, man. What the? What? Oh, what was that? Couldn't even do anything. I won? Yes. Damn. Okay.
Final battle. Decide the destiny.
Holy shit. I don't even get what I'm doing with the super moves. I did one right now and it seemed to do nothing at all. And who else? Not sure, did I pick this guy? That's Rao. So there's a Rao and a Ray. I think these are all the the same names in the English dub.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
What the fuck? Oh shit. Holy shit, he's running away. Damn it.
Lose. Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Let's see. None of the super. Oh, it's backwards. Backwards and kick or punch or high punch. Oh, what was that? Damn.
Time's up.
Oof. Holy shit, look at that. Damn.
Win round. Final battle. Decide the destiny.
Shit, what is my move? What was that? Oh shit. Oh man, he did a fatality. That son of a bitch. He discovered fatalities. guess I didn't pick him. Shin.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Oh man.
Time's up. Lose. Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh my god. Jesus. 19 hit combo.
Nine. 6, 5, 3.
What shit? I won. Come on. Stay. There we go. Holy shit.
Win Sheen. Final battle. Decide the destiny.
Damn. Damn. Time is running out.
Lose.
I gotta stick to somebody. I'll use this guy again. Fiend.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny. Lose. Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh shit. One's forward, one's backward punch. Oh, that's the move. That's much better. Alright, backwards. High punch.
Final battle. Decide the destiny.
Oh, he blocked it. What the fuck? Holy shit. Another robbery. What the hell happened? Jesus. Man. I felt confident I was gonna win that. And then 5 seconds later, nope. Yeah, kills me at the last minute. The fighting game.
Versus Toki.
Holy shit. It's like, no matter what, you can't play it safe. Even if I have full health, I gotta watch out.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny. Win seed. Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh no, not that. What is that? Oof, fuck out of here.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh shit. No.
Time's up.
He has like a little bit. Or did I win? Oh shit, I won somehow. Sheehan. It looked like he had more health, but whatever. I'll take it. Alright, Kenshiro.
Sheed versus Kenshiro.
I thought Kenshiro or Ken would have been like the best, but I don't know. He has a shitty fireball, doesn't go all the way. Don't like that. Holy crap. Oh shit, I kinda stunned him.
4, 3, 2, 2, 0.
Oh, survive? Yes. Oh man. Fucking just got by.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh no. Oh no, you fucking asshole. Oh, another last second win. Shit.
Final battle. Decide the destiny.
What a load of shit. Damn. I gotta use that more often. Alright, fucked him up. Revenge. I feel like I fought everybody. Stage 7. Stage 8. Keno. Okuto something.
Versus Rao.
Wait, they called him Rao? What the fuck is going on? Didn't it say his name was Keno?
The time of retribution.
Yeah, what the
Battle
fuck?
1. Decide
There it
the
is, Keno, but... Oh shit, damn.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh no. Okay. Oh fuck. Damn it. this Shin guy. A reunion with Destiny.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Oh no. Oh, is that good? Draw. Shit.
Final battle. Decide the destiny.
Oh, what the fuck? What is going on? What the fuck? Holy shit. What fucking weird as hell. I can't do shit to him. Time stopped? Wait, didn't it say 33 seconds and now it's 76? What the hell's going on? Oh shit, was that a bot? Thanks for banning that pottage spindle. What the fuck? Alright, so looks like he added time. Oh, and he healed himself all the way. Aw, what a piece of shit. Yeah, god damn. That's nuts. He evolved into his super form, yeah. I didn't know they could go Super Saiyan. These bastards. So, I wonder how can I do that? And how?
Versus Rao.
Alright, no more fucking around.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny. Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh shit, no, he's doing that fucking thing. Bastard. What a cheap fucking bastard. Damn. Man, I hope he can't resurrect himself or whatever he does more than once.
Final battle. Decide the destiny.
Oh shit. Oh no, he's gonna fucking... Oh shit, no, just 2 strikes, but... So powerful, couldn't do shit. Damn. If only he didn't have that fucking come back from the dead bullshit move. That's such a cheap ass move, damn it. I gotta fucking try to just do some cheesy shit over and over. Hopefully it's that move. Damn, fucking combos, what the fuck? Jesus fucking Christ. Damn. Man, he never did that combo ever before, and now, holy shit.
Decide the destiny.
Oh man. Oh, he won. Son of a bitch. Kaktuishi Moha. Sounds about right. Oof. And there's still what, like 2 more guys? Probably. 2 more fights after this. And these combos that you can pull off, holy shit.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Wait, what the fuck? Damn, I hit him a few times and that's all I took off? Oh, good shit. Yeah, my fucking moves barely damage his ass. Holy crap, look at all those hits I did and it's like nothing. This one is tough.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh shit. APP. Yeah, this is Fist Fist of the North Star. Yeah, arcade game on PlayStation 2, Japan only. And it's a real motherfucking tough ass game. Maybe I'll switch over to that girl character, whatever her name was. Oh, ads right now? Okay. Let me take a break. Pause it.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Oh wait, I thought it was in break. 10 minutes. Okay. Oh, can you play as the little girl who grew the weed plant? No. She does come out, but only as like a support for Ken. Damn. That was one of the more awful attempts. Worst attempts there. Alright, let me pick the only other character I felt was kinda good for me. What's her name? Mamma Mia? Mamiya versus
Mamiya versus Rao.
Rao.
今戦えるのは私だけ。
どうやら希少性が見えているようだな。
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
What in the fuck? Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh, looks like she only has one fatal, or what is this other one? Okay, regular punch. Damn.
Time's up.
You subbed? Is there really a girl that can fight like that in the show? Well, in the movie, this girl didn't do anything, so maybe in the show she does? But yeah, I haven't seen her do anything in the movie. There's a chance she actually does all this. Damn. Ken? I didn't give Ken a chance that much. Let's see if he can do anything. All I know is he's got like a weak fireball. That kind of sucked.
The time of retribution. Battle.
He's got
Decide the
a
destiny.
Dan from Street Fighter. Type of weak fireball. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. And a dragon punch.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Savage.
The _savage_quest just redeemed. You sure about that?
Damn, well, it's his super. Welcome in, Savage. And shout out. Oh, Macus, what happened? Your Temu PS5 came. Oh, shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
The _savage_quest just redeemed. What games doesn't have? Yeah, all the games are built in, right? All ads are on right now. Okay, I'll take a little break. Yeah, let us know what games are on, and if you're gonna stream it later on.
ti gifted appear una subscription to Donald's Gade Media Reckless.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Notorium just revealed that dance.
This is Kermit the Frog, and I'm...
Oh shit. Alright. Back. Oh, ad break still going on here.
Hi-oh! This is Kermit the Frog, and I'm...
Oh, I missed the Gigantify, Notorious. Thanks for the giant baby Huey.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
And I heard the sub alerts. Oh, thanks PP for gifting. Oh, Mechas gifted a sub to Mechas. Thanks for that. Awesome. I appreciate it. And what happened in chat? No ads for you. And You think you can knock out Baby Huey, PP? I think so. Yeah, leave him dead like that picture, knocked out. You think we should all dress up as Baby Huey, then do acid and smoke that salvia? That crazy drug, and record it for Twitch. Go to a FurryCon. Shit. That sounds like a crazy fucking trip. Alright, let's see. Try to get back into this. Yes, you heard a lot of furries do acid? Really? Huh. I guess. I mean, you gotta be a little fucked up to be wearing one of those outfits, one of those costumes. When you smoked salvia, you closed your eyes and saw clowns? Kinda horrifying. Damn. Yeah, that sounds scary. Were they like evil looking clowns, like John Wayne Gacy and shit like that? I mean, they all look evil, really, but especially if it's John Wayne Gacy type of clown, that shit is fucked up. Damn. Just regular clowns, but it was a lot. A lot of them. Yeah, I guess it's... No matter what, if there's a lot of them, that shit's pretty fucking scary. Even if it was a lot of regular ass people, I think being surrounded by them would be kind of scary. Oh no, fuck. Oh, he got me. Shit. Maybe Ken is good. I just get to shoot that laser. You fell off your friend's couch and almost hit your head on a piano bench. Oh fuck. That could have been the end of Stonk. Bust your head open. Shit. Was your friend also doing salvia? Or was he just watching you do it?
Kenshiro versus Rao.
That, or it might have made him trip even more, so much he could open his third eye and see God. And God is a clown. God is a bunch of clowns. Three clowns in a trench coat. Fucked me up so fast. Shit. Jesus. You took turns. Oh, okay. That's good. Somebody should be sober to take care of the other, in case they put themselves in danger like you did right there, almost hitting your head. Yeah, God was a clown and he was trying to talk to him that whole time, but he was too scared to answer. This was in high school back in 2007. Maybe God was a clown and you weren't ready. I think so. Yeah, you failed God's test. You only get one of those. Holy fuck. Damn. Oof, it's fucking tough. Yeah. Whenever you see some weird shit when you're high on salvia, just pretend it's God or go with it, and he'll tell you all the secrets of the world.
The time of retribution. Battle.
Makes you wonder how many times people trip balls and thought they saw God. Shit. I think that happens all the time, probably. Seems like a lot of people say they feel totally different after a crazy trip. Like they understand the world and all this shit more. Ridiculous. Oof, man, Ken? I don't know, Ken. Not doing it. Kenshiro.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oof. There you go. Fuck you, Keno Rao, whatever your name is. You always wanted to pull out a giant revolver and point it at someone and ask them, did you pray today? You did it too much after college and thought you were understanding the universe better, but you were just fucking around. Yeah, doesn't it seem like that? Like people who get high like that all the time, they talk to you like they know so much about the world, the universe and all that shit, but really, after you listen to them enough, it's like, they don't know shit. They just keep saying like, oh yeah, I'm in touch with the universe and all this shit, but they don't say anything deeper than that. A bunch of horse shit. Oh shit, 17-hit combo, fuck you.
Time's up.
Yeah, it gives you this false sense of authority on such matters. 100% you knew a guy who did acid every day. Holy fuck. And he thought he knew everything. He even convinced you to do acid once. It was a cool high school, or a cool high, but it lasted way too long. Yeah, it's a fucked up feeling, I think. I tried it and I did not feel good. And yeah, it felt like it went on for too long. I was like, man, shake this feeling off. Hey, what's up, Necro? Let's go Manny Mondays. Wonder if I'm getting retro achievements for this.
Retribution. Battle 1. Decide
Oh wait, no, I'm playing this off of RetroArch. Fuck. Yeah, I don't have the right settings or whatever for PlayStation 2 on RetroArch. So yeah, no retro achievements here. Shout out Necro. BRB, RIPP. You had, oh, there's a Necro, what is it? DuckTales? Oh no, Little Nemo. Little Necro playing Little Nemo.
Oh shit, I fucked that up. Oh fuck!
You
No,
had
that's
fun,
bullshit!
but
That's bullshit! I
you're
can't
screwing
get it!
with,
No, I can't get it!
your
No!
brain too much.
Fucking trolls!
Yeah, that's a scary thing too. I don't fucking like that idea of like destroying your brain. You don't know how it's gonna affect you later on. It might make you fucking go into early dementia, or you know, Alzheimer's disease, whatever. It might give you that shit. Totally fucking wreck your brain just for a stupid high. Fuck that, man. The thought of having dementia or any of that shit, being schizophrenic, is a fucking nightmare, man. It's a real scary fucking thought to be stuck like that. Holy shit, yeah. I don't want to even risk it. No lie. You messed with acid, Necro? Yeah, fuck that. Nobody mess with that. And this guy almost no lie, but taking tons of shrooms. Oh, shrooms are cool. I think shrooms are not as bad. Oh, and you did DMT once, and X, MDMA, no S. Oh, just not straight acid. Molly, all sorts of shit. You did everything except acid. Okay. Shit, I haven't done any of those other ones. Molly, MDMA, DMT, X. Shit. I mean, acid is hard to trust. Yeah, that shit freaked me out. I didn't like that feeling. You've done shrooms, Molly, not DMT. No ayahuasca. Peyote. Peyote might be an okay one too, I don't know. Might not be as bad. You'd be down for peyote? Peyote, yeah, that's all. Let's get together in the desert and do some peyotes. Get it from like real old hippie dudes. Yeah, I think hippies, like if they mess with it a lot, they gotta know what they're doing, right? Be safe about it. Hopefully if they're hippies too, they don't wanna fucking give you some bad shit, fucking mess you up. Oh, you had a chance to take ayahuasca in Ecuador? Oh shit, you were in Ecuador? Then it rained really heavy. Oh shit. Ayahuasca party cancelled due to rain. Coke is great. Yeah, I think Coke, it's just expensive, but yeah, I think Coke, people can do a ton of it without really like fucking themselves up. like permanent brain damage or some shit. Because there's a lot of cokeheads out in the world functioning just alright, you know? They get away with it. Almost did acid once, but your friend tried to trick you. Oh, eating a tab, so he told you to eat this and he snuck in a tab or something, like in a sandwich. That's fucked up. That's not a good friend. Sneaking drugs into something you're eating. Fuck. Study abroad. Oh, okay. That's what it was. In Ecuador? Damn. How was that? How's Ecuador? Never hear anybody talk about that place. Oh no. Oh my god, this guy. Shit. Brutal. Oh, fuck. He told you it was art paper? Art paper and tried to get you to eat it. He's pretty young, okay. Weird. Eat this paper? It's fun. Damn, what was blocking that shit? You have a friend, he's 10 years older than you. And his last year of high school, he went to Jamaica, went on an acid trip, never came back. When he came back to the US, he was so messed up, he changed his name legally to... Wait, he changed his name to Lunar Eclipse? He ripped open bags of tube sand and dumped them all over his rug in his apartment, and he would tell everybody, "Welcome to Jamaica." Ah, shit. He changed for the worse, it sounds like. Shit, it just sounds terrible. Changed his name to Lunar Eclipse. It was cool, a lot of mountains, chicharrones were delicious. That's just pork rinds, right? Chicharrones. Went to the outskirts of the Amazon and hiked around some jungles. Really cool. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Just checking out the jungle, like, shit. Not everybody gets to experience that. That sounds pretty awesome. Awesome life experience. His name originally was Jamie Post, and then Lunar Eclipse. Fucking weird. Yeah, fried pork skin. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's always good. I like mostly all the time pork rinds are good. Only time they're bad are when they're like super fucking hard. Like, I don't know, they do something wrong when they fry them, and then they'll fucking break your teeth. They're so damn hard. Oh, this fucker. Damn.
KO.
Ooh, man, this is some tough shit. Awesome, except one night you got mugged at gunpoint, lost your camera. Aw, shit. Yep, I guess that's a risk you take going to a lot of countries, especially if you don't have somebody telling you, hey, don't go to this area, something. You need a guide, somebody good helping you out.
Kenshiro versus.
Oh yeah, Mecha's PP gave you a gift sub. That was awesome of him.
The time of retribution. Battle 1.
Gotta kick this guy's ass. Shit. What? Oh man, thought I was gonna outlast the timer. Son of a bitch. You remember in Colombia you were advised to dress down to avoid standing out and getting, oh damn, kidnapped? Holy shit. Yeah, I guess if you look like you're even slightly rich, yeah, they'll kidnap you and fucking try to get ransom money off of you, off your family or friends or some shit. Yeah, you always hear horror stories about people visiting anywhere South America and shit. Yeah, everyone assumes you're rich because you're from the United States. And I guess to them, you might be rich compared to them. They're like, we just want $50, man. We're fucking starving down here. Oh fuck. New character. Alright, I think there's one character I didn't pick. Maybe two. Let's see. Who didn't I pick? Oh, definitely I didn't pick this. Yuta. Alright, Yuta. Show me what you got. Let's see if you're the best or one of the worst.
Decide the destiny.
Oh, is he sick? He got poisoned, oh shit. Let's see if one of these super moves does something good. Yeah, same in Ecuador, wearing bright colors is like having a target on your back. So, yeah, that sounds right. High punch, high kick, deadly. Okay, backwards or forwards, high punch. Holy fuck! Jesus fucking god! Oh my god! Damn, they're really good at just fucking winning in the last like 5 seconds.
Battle 2. Decide
Oh
the
my god,
destiny.
a bunch of bullshit. I just gotta fucking keep away. Hope he doesn't do a fucking 50-hit combo. Alright, thank God. What the fuck?
When, Yuda? Final battle. Decide the destiny.
Oh no, he's doing the fucking resurrection shit. Piece of crap. Is this the final boss then? Why is he so damn powerful? Damn. Fucking crazy. I thought I was gonna beat this game like in an hour. Hey, Wozcraft. What's up? Welcome in. The character was kinda good though. Shout out Wozcraft. How's it going, Woz? Oh shit. Continue, shit.
Finally, we got the win. Oh my god. We finally beat a ranger. Okay, we got we got $6,000. $6,000 right into my bank account. Woo! That was a good race.
No problem, Woz. Doing well, just playing Mega Man X. Oh yeah, you're playing. Started playing Mega Man X.
For like 2 hours when we finally found them.
Gonna try to beat the whole thing
I know how much he improved
in one sitting.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Not playing casually, doing 100% run for the first time. Okay.
What are you doing?
Decide the destiny.
What are you doing?
Took down first Sigma level. Oh, you're already at the Sigma levels? Damn. Yeah, I remember actually having that game. I think maybe I still got it. I don't know. But yeah, I definitely did everything you could in that 100%. That Ghost Song game is great so far. Oh yeah, Ghost Song. I remember you were playing that the other day. You have Mega Man X on SNES and just picked up the Mega Man X collection for PS2. So I'm going to play through them just for fun. Okay. Oh shit, did I pick this guy? Or this one? I don't remember this guy. Starting to get used to these characters and their moves.
Ray versus.
Yeah, that Ghost Song, that's like sort of like Metroid, right? Kind of a Metroidvania thing going on. Micro G hanging and banging with the Hulkster there.
Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Damn, what kind of moves does this guy have? Oh shit. He ripped his shirt. So I guess he does that to women and men. Alright, this guy's kicking ass so far. Damn straight. Metroidvania style, yeah.
Decide the destiny.
That's what it was looking like. Pretty cool. Oh shit. Oh no, 16 hit. 18, 19, shit. That'd be crazy. Oh no, he's doing that shit. Motherfucker. I guess there's no avoiding that. He's gonna power up all the time. Piece of crap. At first, I thought it was shitty, then started collecting weapons and upgrades. Now it's actually fun. Oh, that's cool. Oh, thanks, Donk. Another bot? God damn it. Yeah, there's a lot of games like that where you start off weak as hell, but as soon as you start leveling up, then the game gets a little easier, more fun. That's a loss. Oily Empress, get the hell out of here, bot.
Final battle. Decide the destiny.
Oh, I just noticed that the timer starts at 77 seconds. What the fuck? That's weird. Oh shit. Oh. Awesome. Fucking. Gotta try to do that again. Oh my god. Fucking brutal ass shit. Oh, fucker. Ugh, shit. Every character I pick, I feel like getting slightly good at them. Then I feel like I could beat this guy, but nope, they all fuck me up. Yeah, it's fucking close. I feel like I get close with all these characters, but god damn it. It seems like I can't beat him the second round because he does that fucking resurrection shit.
The time of retribution. Battle.
So I just gotta hope for the best. Round 1 and round 3. That one air combo, whatever I did. Wonder how I did that. Okay, aerial. Going half circle forward and half circle back. Shit. Oh shit, that was it. Okay. It's not that bad. Okay. But I gotta catch him. Damn.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny. The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Man, that's kind of fucked up. It looked like even though it was 0, he still was able to take my health away. Alright, maybe I could cheese the hell out of it. I got this? Yeah, I hope so. I've been at this for like a good hour. Shit. Shit. Oh, he got me with that. Oh, and he didn't do his fucking resurrection move.
Final battle. Decide the destiny.
Oh, he's doing it. Fuck. Can I even stop him from doing it? Shit. Looks like he goes hyper too. Nope. Fucker. Oh shit. Son of a bitch. You totally forgot? Power Rangers game comes out tomorrow. Oh, okay. So that one is actually gonna come out. Never seen that. Get all, yeah, he gets all his health back. Just like the boss Gil from Street Fighter 3. He does that same shit. But you actually you kill him completely and then he comes back from the dead full health. That fucker sucks. Yeah, so Power Rangers is definitely coming out, and then Toxic Crusaders is not gonna come out. Is that what's happening? Oh shit, oh it didn't, okay, no, wait a second. Oh fuck.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh shit. Alright. Damn, survived.
Final battle. Decide the destiny.
Son of a bitch. Oh, hey, Dave. Dave and Confused? What's up, man? Welcome in. Shout out, Dave. How's it going, Dave? Were you streaming earlier? Wonder if I saw you on. There's Dave.
You see that?
Playing,
Did you
I
fucking
guess,
see that? I've
Call of
never
Duty?
seen that happen. That is crazy.
No problem.
Somebody shoot that down? What the fuck happened there?
Our loadout just knocked him out of the sky.
Ooh, alright. This is gonna be my 100th fight against the same guy.
Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Seems to be falling for that. Oh no, fuck you. Come on, do that. Ugh, so gross. Alright, Jesus. Can't believe I almost lost that. Even the cheese, hell yeah.
Battle 2. Decide the
If
destiny.
it works, it works. Fuck it. Go, man. Oh, fuck. Damn it.
Final battle. Decide the destiny.
Oh shit. Son of a bitch, man. Yeah, I really wonder if this is the last fight. But it looks like there's still like a stack of guys coming on. Oh hey, what the hell? Thanks for that giant China Ibu in Dr. Eggman's little hovercraft. It is the last one? Oh shit, okay.
The time of retribution.
Damn, no wonder it's so fucking tough.
Decide the destiny.
Damn. It's fucking crazy how sometimes he falls for it and sometimes not at all. He did not fall for it that time.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh, I missed that. Did that work? That on-screen celebration thing? I like never really get to see it. Holy fuck. Jesus. Look at this shit. Damn, that's the move I should try to use, man. Oh, what do we do there? Alright, gotta back off. Oh no, shit. Does not let me fucking hide.
3, 2.
Damn.
Fatal KO.
Why do your nuts smell like cat food? Shit, what are you doing? What are you doing to your poor cat? Don't you abuse that cat. Leave him alone. Godilla, leave that cat alone, damn it. Somebody call the cops. Call the cops on Godilla.
The time of retribution. Battle 1.
You haven't showered in a month? Alright. Fuck yeah. Everything worked right there. Shit.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Oh, man, he's doing this. This is bullshit again. Alright, hopefully you can't do that shit anymore. No more resurrection crap.
Decide the destiny.
Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Damn. Gonna go back to the girl. Is she the champion? Mamma mia. Oof, man.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Damn.
Lose. Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
shit, I didn't know she could do that. That's a badass move. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Holy shit, that's a crazy ass move. Mamiya.
Final battle. Decide the destiny.
You ended up pulling off Kenshiro's fatal KO on the boss in the final round. Oh, it was accidental. Oh, he has a motorcycle too. He runs over the enemy. Shit. Damn, I wish I knew how to do that. Probably a tough move. Oh shit. God damn. Oh, and he kills me. Shit, I like that motorcycle move. So, fuck it, I'm gonna try to use that. A lot of motorcycles. She's definitely one of my favorite characters in this. With her yo-yos and shit.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Oh no. Ugh, last second. Shit. Thought she was really fun. Yeah, she's cool. Like, she's got a lot of awesome moves going for her. Oh shit. I didn't realize you could miss like that. Yeah, this is a lost fight here.
Lose.
Oh, since you know this game, is there any way to stop him from doing his full power, full health recovery move? Is there like a special thing you can do to prevent that?
のは私だけ。
どうやら希少性が見えているようだな。The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Oh.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。油断したかった。運が悪かったかしら。ごめんなさい。落ち着いて。終わりよ。
Oh.
ごめんなさい。たまにね。たまにね。甘く見たわね。ごめんなさい。甘く見たわね。玉切れ。玉切れ。玉切れ。
Oh shit, what happened to my arrows? What the fuck? Can't shoot them anymore. Shit. Oh. Fuck. That's weird. Oh, I didn't notice you got like a little thing that says you get only 10 arrows? Shit. The fuck? Okay, shit, that's cool. That was weird. Pulled off the fatal. Don't remember seeing the revive move. Oh. Oh, really? Okay. Never seen it. I think there's a move list in the menu for fatal moves. Yeah. Deadly? Oh, yeah. Fatal or deadly. Or high punch. Or low punch or whatever. Regular punch. Deadly is the one, not sure exactly how you do it. Is that like when you got 2 bars of, the power, whatever? When it's all yellow? Pretty much killed me with that. Son of a bitch. You could be that or the deadly move. Yeah, it's kind of hard to figure out because I tried doing whatever it says and it seems like nothing's coming up.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Shit. The arrows really are pretty good, but it sucks you run out.
Decide the destiny.
And what is that 100% thing? The 2 sticks. Still at the gym, now on a bike doing cardio. Alright, PP. Well, thanks for hanging in there while you do your workout. And it sounds like you really do work out every day, right? Is that what you said? You work out every day, eat chicken, lots of protein. I wish I could do any of that, half of that shit. If I had the willpower. Just a little bit of workout here and there.
Decide the destiny.
Shit, what was her? The bike is strong punch. What's the other move? I forgot what her other move was already. I'll just see right now. If you ever want to know anything, let me know.
Battle 2.
Yeah, let me know if that's really your diet, because I could do the food thing. Could definitely try to follow some kind of diet. But working out is what's really tough, I think, for a lot of people. Yeah, okay. Fuck. Oh, why didn't I attack him? Shit. Shit, I hate that. You can just take out my fucking bike like nothing. Son of a bitch.
Final battle. Decide the destiny.
Oh, fuck. Fucking insane shit. Feels like it's all luck. Just gotta get lucky with this shit. Phew. Yeah, you could send me whatever diet plan. that would be cool. Private message or whatever. Send a direct message.
The time of retribution.
Let me know a good diet plan. Maybe some workout stuff. See if I get the willpower to do some shit. Damn, even if I block that shit, it still takes off a lot. That fucking blast of his. Took you a while also? Yeah, son of a bitch. He's just tough. Tough as hell.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny. Lose.
I didn't like this guy. I don't know. He's kind of slow. This guy's kind of cool. Shit.
The time of retribution.
Ray.
Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Hell yeah. Sorry, someone called you, but I think you're here for good now. Okay.
Decide the destiny.
Yeah, I was just asking, yeah, if you could send me like a direct message about whatever, like, diet, like a good diet for, well, whatever the hell, to get in shape or whatever you're doing. Is it all chicken all the time that you eat? Oh shit. God dang. Oh, fucking. Get him. Oh shit, he's doing his fucking thing. Like a workout and yeah, workout and diet. I guess, you know, the workout, I was saying that I don't know if I'll actually be able to stick to that. That's always tough. But a diet, yeah, I think I could follow a diet much easier. Yeah, just doing this resurrection horse crap. Okay. Damn. Yeah, lose weight, but what am I getting some muscle or whatever? Be more in shape. Definitely don't exercise like at all. But it would be nice to get in some kind of shape. So, oh no, oh, you fuckface. Oh, fuck you. Hell yeah. Oh, the nightmare is over. Holy shit. What, is he still alive? Oh, did the pizza didn't redeem? Oh no, what's going on?
Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
It's over or not? Okay, it's over, right? It looked like he was gonna bite me again. Shit. Okay, thank God. Son of a bitch took like 3 hours. And now I can play Vidya. Are you still around? Me? No, I haven't been keeping track of calories. Sometimes in the past, yeah, I was keeping count. I forgot how much. Oh, I think I would try to stick to under 1500 calories, somewhere around there. But yeah, recently I haven't been keeping track of anything, just eating lots of junk. Especially during the holidays. It's the time to pig out. It's really all about calories. Yeah, I gotta start keeping track of that. 'Cause yeah, that's what really messes me up. I'll think I'm eating something that's not that high in calories, but then if I do look at the calories like on the label, I'll be like, son of a bitch, that's a lot. Like, you could eat a couple of cookies and that's like a fucking meal. The amount of calories in like 3 cookies. That's like fucking 300 calories or some shit. When you could eat something good. Oh, thanks, Waz. Yeah, fuck, that was brutal getting through that. Thank God, finally beat that asshole. Oof. You want to stay away from breads, nuts, peanut butter, anything white, milk, ranch dressing, all that stuff. Oh yeah, I heard that like anything white, meaning like sugar and whatever, a lot of that shit's pretty bad. Definitely sugar, anything sugar, pretty like it's just a lot of calories, and there's like no benefit, zero benefit from eating foods with sugar. Which, yeah, it makes sense. You don't really think eating cupcakes and shit is gonna make you healthy or anything. Sugar bread are the worst. Yeah, that sounds bad. I know bread's not even really good for you either. Just regular bread. already kind of bad. And that is making something called sugar bread. Extra bad. Macca's, all you eat is Fritos. Get on the Macca's diet. Yeah, a ton of calories, yeah. There's all the stars. The north, east, southwest, and the rest. Sega. Oh, do I get to enter a name or something? Okay, cool. Try again. Heart Souther Judah. Kenshiro Rao Toki Jaggy. Boom. Protein bars suck too because they sure they have like 20 grams of protein. Oh yeah, that's true. I've tried eating like protein bars like that. Yeah, and it seems like not worth it. If you're gonna put on a ton of calories just to get protein, yeah, there's way better ways to get protein if that's what you want. Yeah, like eggs. What was it? I think. Oh, cashews or something like that. Oh wait, almonds. I think almonds are good and not so calorie heavy. All you eat is coffee, green bud, and pussy. That sounds like a healthy diet. Everyone should follow that. Alright, time to switch it up. Okay. Put something on in the meantime. Oh yeah, and I forgot. Looks like should lurk in some other. Who's on right now? Let's see. Oh, Dave is on right, actually.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
There's a lurk for Dave. Oh shit, everybody's starting to get on right now. What time is it? Anyways, 8:46. Alright, I think I'll stay on till well, for another hour 20. Yeah, that sounds good enough. Hello, he's in ads. Is Is Doze still on? Looks like he stopped, right? Yeah, he's off, okay. Lurk. Alright, Doze. You are off, so... Oh, Glitzy. Glitzy's on. House of Grind is on. Oh, your wife has you on the keto diet? I think that's a pretty decent diet. I was trying to follow that. Cut out all carbs and shit. Yeah, that's actually a pretty decent diet if you can eat fucking bacon and cheese and whatever. Like all this crazy shit and still lose weight. And meat, lots of fucking meat. Let's see. What did I have here in the playlist or watch later thing? It's a pain, but you drop quick, yeah. We saw that. Carnosaur was on next, but that's like an entire movie. I gotta shut this off. Yeah, with the keto, you can lose like 10 pounds in like a week if you really follow it. Be real strict about it. Yeah, what was the... Since it looks like video's not here, I'll save that Christmas game. Oh shit. Another movie somebody suggested, Tales from the Crypt. Sasquatch Hunters. Abominable. Oh, damn, Sabretooth, that was another one. Mechas, are you here? This one would be for you to You gotta check this out. You haven't seen it already. I'll save that for tomorrow, I guess. Let's see. Maybe it's time for everybody's favorite new game. Some Marvel Rivals. Time to get in on this Marvel Rivals shit. Let's start that up. Preparing launch. Get the screen ready. Here we go. Marvel Rivals, yes. Forgot which one of these methods works best. Was a pain in the ass. Nope, not that one. Alright, game window. There we go, that's the one. System notice. You are there, Maxis. What the hell? Thought you were not there.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Damn, this looks fucking high quality as hell. This is a 4K video. 60 frames per second. HD as fuck. What are they making? McRibs? This is the McRib sauce. It is? Okay. That looks like the McRib sauce. That's crazy because I was gonna get one yesterday, but I saw it was like $5 or some shit.
What the fuck is this piece of
Hey,
shit?
Barf, welcome in. The McRib is around for a limited time, everybody. Make sure to get yours before they disappear. I think I've actually seen this video. I feel like I know how they make these already. The audio's kind of static. I think that's just the grilling. Who's cooking? I don't know. Just some worker, regular worker. You had a McRib for the first time in years, a week or two ago. Oh, video, you are here. Tasted awful. Don't think you ever had a McRib. Damn, really? He sounds like a robot. Yeah, it kind of tastes like I think in school whenever they had ribs or something. Pretty much tastes like school lunch. Nothing special. Oh, do they have bones in them? No, there's no bones. It looks like they do, like it's in the shape. They purpose. Oh shit, that's kind of low. They purposely make them look like there's bones, but that's just the shape. That's just the shape of the McRib. There's no bones at all. Yeah, it's funny that they make it look like that, like there's little bones in there. Just got home, had to shower. Nothing beats the 80s version. Oh, was the McRib actually way better in the 80s? Ain't about to eat a sandwich and have to pick bones out. Yeah, that would be kind of dumb if there's bones, but it's a sandwich and you gotta stop every 2 seconds to rip out a bone. Yeah, fuck that. Alright. Marvel Rivals is on. Bone sandwich. Oh, better flavor? Okay. That's some dumb shit. I don't get. Why do they change the formula for like different restaurants and shit when everybody liked the original?
I think I'm done, man. Fuck this game. I'm done with this shit. It's gonna piss me off. I'm hungry. It's gonna agitate me even more. Fuck this baby. We'll kill this baby some other time. Fuck this game right now. Fuck this baby. I hate this baby. I'm giving up. I'm being a baby to the baby. That's this baby, man. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Awesome clip. If anyone could sell a bone sandwich, it'd be Mickey D's. Thanks. That game was really annoying on that part. I haven't played it since. What game was it anyways? It was Rygar? On PS2, it was like some worm demon. Oh, worm demon baby boss. Shit, I didn't get a good look at it, but yeah. I think I bought Rygar. I'm pretty sure I still got it. I remember liking it though. Good game. You forgot that's even a clip. Seemed like a pretty awesome clip though. Let's see, is this shit working? Yeah. Is anybody that I know on here? Poon Pounder is on. Whisper. Remove. Spectate. Gearing up. Oh, you got the Rygar emotes? Awesome. You were enjoying it up until that boss? Yeah, there's some games where it's fun all the way until you fight some annoying ass boss. That happened to me with the Michael Jackson game for the Sega Master System, Moonwalker. It was a fun much easier version of the Genesis Moonwalker. But then the last boss, Joe Pesci, in his fucking spaceship, oh god, it was a fucking hard as hell. Like, I had to keep rewinding, cheating to fucking beat that boss. That's a rewinding. Wait, where the hell's Poon Pounder? That's not him. MILF Summoner. Did he change? Oh, here we go. Could switch like this. Oh wait, he's not even there? Looks like he dropped out or something. Exit. Spectating. Confirm. You speedrun? OG? Damn. OG Rygar. Shit. You got one of the best speedruns? Are you in the top 10? Rygar speedrunners? Who's my favorite character in this? I kind of like being the shark and helping people out. But if I'm on the attack, I do like Punisher. And the other day, I think I was starting to like using Thor. He seems to be pretty powerful. Like, you can like go up to people and actually kill them and take a lot of hits. So I was like, yeah, maybe Thor's pretty cool. Fuck it. Start using him. Oh, I just hit start, right? Quick match. Anybody want to jump in? The max length of a short YouTube. Try to keep it like 5 minutes or less video. I don't want it to become like an entire episode of something. You don't have this? Oh. Well, if you do want to play it, it's free. It's free like on everything. Consoles and PC. It'll just take a while to download. But yeah, this game's pretty fun. Oh shit, Marcus. Thanks for the 10 bits.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started!
Everybody! Yeah, let's see. Where's Thor? Thanks for the bits, Mechas. Thanks for making Apu get naked. Oh shit, I'll just go with Punisher. Time's running out. You need to get your console out? Oh. Yeah, this is a pretty cool game. I like never play these online multiplayer games, but it was pretty fun playing with everybody else. Oh shit. Alright, after this match.
Video_fam just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Didn't YouTube used to have beheading videos? Yeah, I think they did. I think they would have them on, maybe censor them after, or like delete them or completely after they noticed. Wait, that's not a bad guy, what the hell?
This is where I make my stand. Someone scratch. Really? Don't worry about the spider. Need some ranged firepower. Double kill! Enjoy the amplifier. You're welcome. 3. Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing! You got them all! Gotta keep it up.
Oh shit, they're back right away. Oh, no way. Right when I was using my power, shit. Early YouTube, it was awesome. Oh, you're back, Brady. Does the cartel used to say like and subscribe after they beheaded? I think so. Mac took over Punisher for you. Hey, Turnbuck, what's up, man? Can you shout out Turnbuck Mechas? Shit, where am I going? Oh, control lost.
Fucking insane, you fucking piece of shit! You got Freddy Krueger made love to fucking Wolverine.
I shouldn't pause this. Oh, fake Loki. Oh man, took one of them out. Freddy Krueger. Where's my team? Okay, there they are. Shit.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. The area's almost yours.
High fives all around, people. That rocked.
You hit a woman? Would you?
He wouldn't. But I would.
We got it. Alright. Santa with muscles? What? Oh, the clip? You put a clip out? Okay, I didn't see that. Rare clip. Yeah, we haven't seen Santa with muscles in a while.
That's how I like it.
Let's see if I missed something in chat.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Get the hell out of here!
Burp. Never seen that movie before? Oh man, yeah, check that movie out. It's a good one. Shit, where? Oh, this guy was behind us, no wonder. Shit.
By the eye of Agamotto, judge, jury, executioner! Heads up, hostiles, blaze of glory.
What's for your fist?
Battlefield ready again.
Needed more money, or we needed to spend less.
Damn,
One or the other.
the shark.
At 200 restaurants,
I didn't notice.
the word was given to stop making shows. We're not going to open any more restaurants. 200, that's it. We're not opening any more.
And from that point, there was a wedge drawn. Financial organization gets redone. Corporate laws trying to find out where they're losing money. And one of the big expenses was
Battlefield ready again. Get down, sniper. Bring on the chaos.
Oh shit.
All meet, find cover, and get ready to defend.
The area's almost yours. Control lost.
I'm good to go. By a sniper. I'll make a better suit crew. Robot spiders everywhere.
It's spider time! Your team's captured Bravo.
Oh shit. What the hell? Was that the ice girl giving him health or something?
I'm not done yet. Nice shooting. Sniper, don't let him get a beat on you.
Oh shit, no. Give me that.
Jury, executioner.
Oh no, we lost it? Fuck. Bam. Did you see at 3 Showbiz pizza locations, they had a Yogi. Oh yeah. You put that in Discord, right? They put Yogi Bear. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was weird. Yogi Bear? The hell? DC should bring back Gotham. Yo, I never played that. Was that like kind of similar to this? Gotham City Imposters? Before this. Yeah. It might have been the last performance the Yogi Bear voice actor did. Oh, before he died. Shit. At a Showbiz pizza place.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area!
Looks like bullets break your match. Sniper, chase him. Don't let him get set up. Here's how you shoot. Thank me later.
Someone is shooting at us. Control seized.
Who dares disturb the sacred archive of Asgard?
Our foes have found us.
I'll make it better, Cheeseburger. Get down, sniper!
Oh shit, what's that? Cheeseburger? Uh-oh, fuck.
Cheeseburger Cat's just raided.
Oh no. Hey Cheeseburger, welcome in. Chillin'. Had the day from hell. Oh shit. Bad day at work. 60, we got 70, okay, 71. Shit. Damn, so far away.
The area is almost yours.
Oh.
Judge, your powers are mine! Executioner! Blaze of glory.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Control lost? What? The fuck?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Nice little boost.
Oh, you little shark bastard. Alright, they got a healer. Where's that healer? Alright, got him. Oh. Something what? What was this shit about? Automod said held a message. Had to deal with racists that tried to fight you. Shouted out the wrong person. So you pressed then and started walking away. Legit got in a couple fights at work. Even still have the police number code. Whatever they give you when they file something. Shout out, not cheeseburger. Cheeseburger Eats was shouted out. Yeah, because you tried to use the disability. Wait, you tried to use disability parking and was disabled enough, and then called you a spick because you didn't give up the spot. Then try to get you with the car. Oh, he tried to hit you? Damn. Yeah, hop on. Let me jump out of here. That's all. Shout out. You gave them for anything, just in case. Not worried about shit. Yeah, let me see. Invite. Oh, it's grayed out. Sounds like your prawn name. Cheeseburger. Yeah, Cheeseburger Eats. Come on, disabled person. That's the easy win. You should have beat his ass. Alright, 15. Said it wrong. It was Cheeseburger Eats. Who was shouted out instead. Your family could have jumped in and helped you. Alright. I guess I'll wait for cheeseburger. I'll take a little break right now. What time is it right now? See. Alright. Still good. Probably stay on longer then. Oh, are you on, Brady? Okay, yeah. I have to wait till your name lights up here. Oh, yeah, the short video. Let me go back. Damn, it's far back up. Let me see, where the hell? Damn, where is it? Shit. Oh, here it is. Damn, it was really far back. Okay, yeah, here we go. this Christmas. Filmmaker Charles E. Cullen. Gonna grab drinks and snacks, so don't get up. Might as well. So if gotta take a shit. But he still has a gift for you. What? What the fuck? What the hell? Sent you. Oh, okay, Brady. That's more like it. Slaughter Claws. What was that about? Special engagement, one night only, December 8th, 9:30, Grandin Theater. Yeah, those actors look homeless. They probably were homeless. It would be smart to hire like cheap actors, even if they're homeless. And see, you did send a invite? Online. You missed what? The 8th was yesterday. Yeah, it's a real movie. Charles E. Cullen is a skinny guy from the beginning of the video. He had a show on the local public access where you live. Oh, there it is. As you sent a request. Yeah, I guess those requests just disappear or something after a bit.
Yeah, I think so.
You thought you seen him in a cardboard box before?
How you doing, Omega?
I'm good, Brady.
That's good, that's good.
Alright, we're waiting for cheese.
Is Macus joining this round?
I don't know, Macus, are you gonna play? Or what? I was gonna take a little break and yeah, probably get something to eat too.
Right, no, of course.
Alright, I'll be right back.
I gonna set my soul on fire. Got a whole lot of money that's ready to burn, so get those stakes up higher. There's 1,000 pretty women waiting out there. They're all living the devil may care, and I'm just a devil with love to spare. So Viva Las Vegas! Viva Las Vegas! How I wish that there were more than 24 hours in the day. Even if there were 40 more, I wouldn't sleep.
Are you doing yoga? We'll set up. Yeah, actually.
get started. Hello, hello. Ready?
It's morphin' time. No,
Not ready, Brady?
no, I'm ready whenever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
And here we go.
Joining us, Howard. He's in the hyperbolic time chamber. He's trying to peek, and then he'll be good to go.
Macus.
Macus, I know you can hear me. Join the game. He doesn't want to make the other kids cry. Fucking. I forget who he plays. I think he plays fucking Frankie.
Macus, get your ass to Mars.
Jupiter. Jupiter. Chinga madre, chinga madre, chinga madre, fuck yeah, chinga madre, chinga madre. Why the fuck am I singing that? This shit put my thing in Chinese again? Why? This shit stays putting my shit in Chinese. What the fuck, dude? I feel like the CCP put spyware on my desktop, and now they're trying to convert me by fucking subconsciously putting my shit in Chinese.
Yep, they got you.
Oh god damn. Okay, I saved myself. I got the English back.
Oh shit, confirmed. Yeah. Shit, I hate that you gotta do that confirm shit.
Weapons are tools, and I'm the master craftsman.
Hey, I'm invisible. What?
I can feel if anything.
Invisible?
Yeah, my screen showed that I wasn't there.
Oh, I thought you got that Fantastic Four DLC.
No, not yet.
Is there DLC out already?
No, I don't know.
You better say, oh my god.
No, I was beat a smart ass because he goes invisible.
I'd be confused.
Yeah, I was just trying to make a corny ass Fantastic Four joke.
Yeah, I got it. I was just confused. You know the DLC there now?
Oh, it'd be nice.
I'm like, oh, I get it now.
Night here.
Oh my god. Holy crap.
Eddie.
I don't know.
Oh man, did someone kill Venom?
Nah, we gotta be careful with grouping. The thing with Moon Knight is his shit chucks, and if enough of us are close together, it'll ping all three of us. And
like a triple kill just like that, right?
Yeah.
With who?
Moon Knight.
Oh, Moon Knight, okay.
Yeah, we gotta be careful around Moon Knight. I can see the bastard right there.
I hear footsteps. I'm dealing with the range. I got a wand and a snow. I got the Moon Knight on me.
I saw the Moon Knight heading in this direction. Oh my god, no, it doesn't. No. Oh. 2 against 1. Oh, I'm revived. Whoever placed this here, thank you. There's some health in here if you need it.
Bye, Eddie. Yeah, I peeked too hard on that, and I fucking walked right into Mark Spector's.
Oh no.
Moon Knight. Oh no, that wasn't Moon Knight who got me, that was the Scarlet Witch. Did she get you too, Omega?
Moon Knight got me actually.
Moon Knight did? Because I saw that, she was doing a lot of damage. I'm changing over to Moon Knight, it's good.
Yeah, he's really good to encourage the teams not to group.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. I'm good to go.
Gotcha.
Dumbass.
Shit. Oh, come on.
What the fuck?
Damn.
Really? Think about it every night and day.
Oh.
Oh my god, I thought you were one of the enemies for a second. I saw you running.
Oh my god, damn.
Ah! Darn.
I'm on the top floor dealing with the jet from the Moon Knight here. I'm poking.
Okay.
Fuck. Popping ult. Shit.
Little shark is dead.
Really?
Judge, jury, executioner.
Nice shit, man.
Ah. Oh. No, 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 no. Oh, you son of a... Thank you, whoever got that.
I got you. No worries, dude.
I hate when you do so much damage to them, but then all of a sudden you're dead. That does a crap ton of damage, though. Special. Here we go.
Damn.
What the heck was that supposed to do?
Oh, damn.
We keep having someone go AFK, so that's what the shit is. That's really holding us back on that regard. Otherwise, we're pushing.
Is he going AFK or is he just changing heroes?
Oh, it just said on notification that someone dropped.
Damn it. Someone dropped? Okay, shit.
Like their internet dropped? Oh, I don't know who that was. Every time you run into an enemy, it's always we're down like right away. If only we had a certain someone joining us by the name of Macas. Hint, hint. Wink, wink. Oh my god. No, Venom.
Nice.
Oh shit, Moon Knight. Alright, he's out. Venom. Oh, behind us, shit.
Oh god! She had her ultimate. Damn.
Yeah, I was fucking done, man.
Damn, two guys come and the shark.
We got about a minute to get it to the checkpoint. And here they come.
Faster, we need to get to T'Challa.
I'm done, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done.
Executioner!
Hey, no building nest. Down to 30 seconds.
Nice work.
Oh, hell no. Killed the baby shark and then Venom got me. Fuck.
Hall of Tajalia, let's roll.
Oh!
Ooh, I need health. Shit.
Oh, the Scarlet Witch. We were doing so well too there.
Shit.
They caught the CEO shooter at McDonald's. Oh shit.
You got Punisher.
Yeah, I ran into that like.
Godilla saw a girl shower pics. She sent pictures of her arching her butt.
Ah!
Okay.
No.
Shadow. Hey, Shadow. The Hedgehog. What's up? Welcome in. Oh my god, no way. No, no. Fuck.
Okay, we got control back of it. Just every time. As long as we keep control. Oh, now.
Damn, that fucked me up, damn.
Shit, that ended a little too suddenly. What the hell?
To be fair, we were working at a disadvantage with the first round having someone constantly rotate in and out for whatever reason, though.
Yeah, it did feel like we were missing somebody, so yeah.
Yeah, no, someone kept rotating in and out in that regard.
Alright, let's see. Let's see. Cheeseburgers highlights.
No, I don't know what the fuck I did. I just fucking flinging nuts around.
Got a double and a triple.
Oh, I were. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, you did some damage.
Oh, word? Yeah, I mean, most done.
You got a 4 kill.
You got a 5K.
4 kill streak.
Oh, that's right. I just finished saying I died after 10. What a dumbass.
Yeah, you got a 5KO.
You picked out a Megas.
Wait, where do I check?
Oh,
Oh yeah, Matt, because I saw that on the news.
you gonna jump in here, Macas? Should we go back?
No, they caught my legend. Fuck off, man. You kidding me? No. Now, I was in such a good. That shit really ruined my day. Well, here's to hoping someone else does it again, because they all gotta go.
Yep. I wouldn't mind hearing about more stories like that.
Yep. Until motherfuckers actually do their job right, I don't see why not. If you can deny 10,000 lives, I don't see why one. It's like that one Watchmen line with a fucking Ozzy at the end, where it's like sacrificing 100,000 for 10 billion or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Along those lines.
Can
they're
'em.
going super mean, so I might squirrel in worst case if not. Oh yeah, nah, they're going hella aggro. I'm gonna improvise. I'm not too confident on my shits here, so I'm just gonna work with it and see how it goes. See what her kit is. No, god damn it.
Charge!
Oh, what the fuck was that? Jesus fuck, that scared the shit
What's
out of me.
charging?
Eye shorts for short duration. Especially out of order. I'm simply the
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Dragons!
I wish this game had like a story mode to it. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man! He doesn't hold still! I don't know, 25 health.
Damn. The hell? Who got me? Oh, they got. Their Punisher got me. Shit.
Intro. Bomb. Here you go. Got him.
That's sick.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Next one, Mega.
I thought Hydra had too many tentacles. Us against the world.
Oh, little shark.
Whose ass is on me?
Oh, the game's getting choppy. Shit.
Yeah, I don't know. Got swallowed.
Boop, 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 boop. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh no!
Hong Kong Fooey came through. Number one action guy.
God damn it.
That's why they call me magic.
I'm good to go. Need some ranged firepower.
He moved.
Only 60 seconds left.
Damn, I got too greedy there and thought that she couldn't tag me and she clipped the fuck out of me.
Oh shit. Hurry. Oh shit. Did we lose?
I think so, because I think we had control of it.
No, we won.
No, that's not. That's what I said. I said I think we got it because we had control of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we just couldn't lose the 3 ticks of the cooldown, and we managed to keep that 1 tick.
Spooderman. MVP. Let's see how good Spooderman was. Hey, Umbrin. What's up, Umbrin? Welcome in. Let's see.
Hey, Umbrin.
Alright, guess they did alright. Cool. Macus, get in here.
Well, I don't do my iconic victory dance for nothing. Okay, I guess just this once I can do it for nothing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, I guess I can do one more for nothing. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Hey, Jarrett. Thanks for that victory dance. Anybody want to jump in? Jarrett, Umbrin, Macus. Still got, what, 3 spots? Ooh, ooh, ooh. If your system was better? Oh, okay, well. Umbrin, if you want to join us, can you download this game? Do you have it? Jump in.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I'm gonna listen and focus, like, if you guys want to shout commands and shit, otherwise I'm just looking for a pop before it ends, right?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Okay.
Tony
Do.
I'm totally fangirling.
Oh, same here. We can swap autographs after the fight.
Swap? You should just be asking for mine. When's the last time you sold out Stark Arena, Gramps?
All right, let's go save the world.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You guys are actually here, right? Or am I imagining this?
And so it begins. That one hurts.
I'm good.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Sorry,
I almost died there. And I'm dead.
need some ranged firepower. Bad choices have bad consequences. Bogies coming up behind.
Yeah, behind us, there's a Venom. When you get your stuff upgraded, hell yeah, okay.
Got one down. And I'm pretty much done for here. Ah. 3 against 1 and the same thing.
What is this? I've never seen this. A train?
What's up?
Blocking us?
A train?
Damn, Wolverine, what the fuck? Die already.
Ah.
Piece of cake. Judge, jury, executioner!
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Enemy inbound. We don't budge an inch. Smoke up. Insignificant gnats. Fear Magneto!
Oh shit, Spider-Man, goddamn.
Heads up! I'm hunkering down.
Damn! Magneto again.
I'm good to go.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
But not today.
Control lost.
Damn, is everybody dead? Shit. Oh my god, I didn't see anybody there.
Yeah, I spawned, like, the spawning rhythm there fucked up on my part.
Why is it that when we got to 99%, we had to go into overtime, but when they got to 99%, they didn't have to?
That's the cycle.
Before you attack, get ready.
Think you're fast enough to stop a high-velocity round aimed straight between your eyes, old-timer?
Why would I have to be? I've already disabled the internal mechanism of all of your weapons.
What the?
Now, play nice, and perhaps I'll put your toys back.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Bombs away!
Blow up.
Heavy weapons.
Turn
I'm
around
good to
quick.
go.
A nice deep freeze. Blow up.
Judge, jury, executioner! Night, night, Mo. Your attack.
Mission area is yours.
Damn.
Like that. Oh shit. Hulk got me.
Ugh, what the hell was that?
I couldn't rest until I paid you back.
Ah, so close.
Oh man.
I didn't forget about you.
Do we have a healer?
You're welcome. Think about what you.
We don't have anybody healing, right?
It's some. Right.
Your team's capture progress has passed the half.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
They call me the Punisher.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Where is everybody? Shit.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Hulk.
They've almost got it. Ooh, a touch of healing.
I feel like myself again. You cannot hurt me.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh no. Stupid Wolverine, fuck off.
That's a job well done.
Somebody left the game. Wolverine, Wolverine, Wolverine. Magneto.
Shit. Marcus, thanks for the bits.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started!
Macca's gifting a whole 4 bits. Macca's rich.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Can I borrow some money, Macca's?
Shit, where's
No,
my...
no, 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 no,
Where's
no.
everybody?
No.
Oh shit.
It's the rotating fucking in and out of the AFK that fucked us up.
We tried.
Yeah, no.
Good job.
I thought we won that. We were doing good.
No, we were. It was just, and then it got fucked when we had that few.
Yeah.
It was a few minutes, but like close to a minute, is someone rotating in and out.
So are we like, if I press X right now, do we keep like the same people here?
No.
Okay, so
It rotates out.
new people jump in? Okay.
Yeah.
The only way that we'd keep the same people is if we had a team completely filled.
Yeah, no, because the way it works is if you hit the play again, it'll just like as many of you click play again will link up, and then that one person that's different will just randomly fill in, and I guess that's what the rotating in and out shit was.
Like there's 3 of us in this team, and then there's just a random other 3 people to fill out the team.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm debating if I want to cook these shrimp and save them for tomorrow, or eat them now. Because if I eat them tomorrow, I have a bunch of junk food I can eat. I just don't want to open the bag of junk food because I have to get up. God, I'm such a fat ass. The problems I have. Woe is me. Woe is being fat. Nah, I was healing with Luna Snow. Her healing is really fucking weird. I don't like it. It's not as brain dead as Jeff. I just don't like
Never
it.
mind. There's somebody picked Punisher before you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, no. If he's gonna support, then I'll play something else. No, I don't want to support.
I don't like anybody.
That's not a support that I'm comfy with yet.
I don't think I like any of the other healers.
No, I like Jeff. It's just I gotta get used to it. I'm just being a bitch.
I just wish it were under better circumstances.
We both know what we signed up for, Wanda.
And I don't know, everybody else seems kind of weird as a healer.
Honestly,
Getting ruffles, Godzilla.
way too good at this to retire so soon.
Ooh, what flavor?
The battle starts in
Cheddar and sour cream, but call it it.
Sour cream, Godzilla.
I'm going with barbecue.
Sour cream and
I'm
onion.
going cheddar and sour cream.
On-screen celebration. Thanks, Dave. I wish I noticed it. I never see that. Oh shit.
Ah, turret. Wait a minute, isn't the turret Punisher's like ultimate move?
Yeah.
How did that person have the turret so quickly?
Because there's a way to manipulate ults with certain characters that they have to patch. Like Doctor Strange can get his ult instantly. I'll explain it in a second.
Oh, he got me.
Oh, got a fake Loki, and then Punisher got me with the turret again.
I'm just gonna pick another tank because we don't have another tank. I don't know a tank to feel comfortable with. Oh well, let's make this work. Shut the fuck up, you're annoying. That was the wrong thing. I'm sorry, game.
The aiming in this game is trash.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh shoot. I didn't realize that Punisher had 2 different weapons.
Yeah. The pressing the Y button switches it between a automatic and a
Right.
whatchamacallit.
Gotcha.
Whatchamacallit. shotgun. I couldn't think of what it was called for the.
Yeah, that's
oh
it.
my
The shotgun.
God. Hella just fucking said
Oh my god, I just got... Omega Mac, you just ate me. Ah,
Only you? What? Wasn't there any bad?
that was me.
There was no bad guys there? What the hell?
I don't think so. It was over there. But this person is, I guess, is there. No, he's not. But he's dead now. Whatever that was. And in the freaking doorway.
Oh man, they're coming from this side.
Incoming. Missed. He missed. Gotcha. And I'm dead.
Oh man.
Must have been from behind. That damn turret again.
Got turret down.
Got a triple.
Nice.
Nope. Nope. Oh, damn it.
Freaking Venom.
Allergic to everything else? Oh, regular ruffles.
Wait. The turret's not his ultimate ability. Is it?
Yeah,
Tur-
the turret is gold.
It's his ultimate ability?
Mm-hmm.
When he walks around with them, yeah.
Oh! Well, this person was using the other turret. The one that I'm using.
Yeah, the one you stand still, that's just your normal.
That's the R1.
Yeah, it's kind of your normal weapon.
That's the one that the person kept using, so he's not using some kind of glitch. I was confused for a moment. They kept thinking, how does this guy keep using his ultimate?
Oh, okay, that's what you were talking about. Okay, yeah. Oh, somebody coming over here around the bus.
Oh my god. Ah.
Who's Magneto? That's not one of us, or damn. I'm trying to heal him and he fucking moves around so much. Shit.
They got us still running around. I'm not. They're playing cluster, so I'm gonna. I was gonna say Squirrel Knight, Moon Knight.
Oh, bam! Frick! freaking Doctor Strange.
Oh, Punisher up here on the top. Got him.
Got it.
Oh, he escaped. Actually stayed alive. Shit.
Overtime.
I pressed the wrong button like a dumbass.
Oh, their baby
From behind me.
their baby shark got me.
Nieta. I got ult, so I'm gonna try to get there as fast as I can.
Oh.
Patrick tried on his movement and ran into the.
It's that overtime that gets us every single time. It's always that overtime.
You ate nuggets from McDonald's and now you feel weirdly ill. Alright. Well,
No, man. Salmonella.
stop
I have
eating
the only diarrhea.
stop eating McDonald's.
Nah, you just gotta eat it right. What are you eating at McDonald's?
He said nuggets. Macca's eating McDonald's nuggets.
My man, what fucking nuggets did you eat? Were they mutated? Did you eat them plain? Did you eat them like the Maker's Mook? I like that name. That's funny.
See, my usual order at McDonald's is 12 Big Macs and 27 large fries.
Regular. Regular nuggets. Nuggos.
Eating butt and eating nuts.
And of course I gotta drown it all off with the water because I gotta stay healthy.
This is really like, oh shit.
Oh, somebody else got Jeff. Mango King.
My name is Jeff.
They got the pink dolphin costume too.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Who the hell am I? Mantis? Okay.
Watching this makes me want to rewatch that old Avengers cartoon. I think it's from like the 2010 or whatever.
Right, I have no idea.
4, 3,
Personally.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What horrors has Hydra dabbled in this time?
There's somebody who needs a bullet. Hostiles up front.
Oh my god!
That someone come from the right, you got a Venom come from the top right.
Oh my
All the
lord,
way
have
back
mercy.
here and I'm getting kills. Oh my god, from back here? This is hilarious. You got a Spider-Man coming from the upper left corner. It's a Venom, sorry.
Yeah, I see Venom. He's dead. Damn, we need everybody to come back. Shit.
Well, I'm healing all the way back here until
Damn.
they don't let me do it anymore.
Jesus! They keep coming from that door and then my back's turned.
Oh no. Moon Knight. Shit.
I'm good to go.
Where did Spartan Barriers? Magneto's heading up.
Shit, they caught onto it. Ah, 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 ah.
Oh man.
Got his ass. Ah, and I'm dead.
Thank you, Jeff.
Am I seeing things with Jeff the Land Shark pink?
Yeah, it's his premium skin.
Ah, gotcha, gotcha.
Nice.
Nice work. Very nice.
All right.
Evil is a rejection of life. Thus, I am a guardian against evil.
Oh, I swear to God, if I had my Grimly gun on me right now!
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I sense
Oh, now I see it. It's Jeff the Land Shark, but in some kind of like pink pajama looking thing.
It's a dolphin, I think.
So now it's Jeff the Dolphin.
Yeah. Trick or treating.
I was just wondering if you wanted to hang out with me and smoke weed and
It went from baby shark to baby dolphin.
God, no, please, no.
Donald Gaveme diabetes just for event burnout revenge.
Does anyone get the feeling that Loki has bigger plans than just ruling Asgard?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh shit, Spider-Man's over here with us. Get his ass. Man, he moves so fucking fast.
Got him.
Alright, good.
I don't know how, but I somehow got him.
Alright.
Somebody just get Venom.
Oh. Yeah, didn't you kill him?
Get ready. Here come the bad guys. Hey, is it bad luck to destroy an Ankh? Oh, check this place out.
An Ankh? Hey, that's my trick.
Help, friends.
7 seconds so that I can use the turret. 3.
No shit, Venom's here.
1.
And everybody's coming in. Oh. Their shark got me. Can you actually escape that?
We are undefeatable.
Replenish's turn is really strong.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh no, they killed
There you go.
our Jeff.
Oh, it's gonna.
What is this shit when the background moves all crazy? What the fuck?
No, I lost it. The turret's gone.
What? Shit, I got killed instantly.
No!
I think they're coming after me. Because the harass is too good.
Got him! Nice work!
Get fucked, nerds.
Very nice.
Sorry, I was just being really cocky there. I was on some other shit that game.
They're not regular McDonald's bakes. McDonald's bakes all their stuff in beer and whey.
Nice, let's go.
In beef.
Daddy.
Depends on the country.
Well, I don't do my iconic victory dance for nothing. Okay, I guess just this once I can do it for
Check
nothing.
out my highlight.
Okay, I guess I can do one more for
Crazy,
nothing.
there's a girl that's a squirrel. Furry's going to want to bang that. Everybody wants to bang Squirrel Girl.
Yo, let me tell you a funny story about my obsession for Squirrel Girl.
McDonald's uses beer.
The character is the comic book character.
I don't know
then
about
you know
that.
how the AT&T girl, right? The one with the really big titties or whatever. So long story short, there was gonna be a live action Great Lakes Avengers TV show on ABC Family before it changed to Freeform. The show got canceled, but they got the AT&T girl with the big titties to play Squirrel Girl. So I read about it online through
Yeah, Squirrel Girl.
Wire some shit, and then I bought
Now that you see her, yeah,
because of that it got canceled.
she's pretty fine.
That show got canceled, and they ended up doing Cloak and Dagger on Freeform a couple of years later.
Oh, they were gonna do
So
a Squirrel Girl show?
Yeah, but then it got canceled for whatever reason.
Hmm.
Because, and I think the reasoning for it is justified because, like, that's a multiple cast show that they were doing. That's like 4 to 5 people. At max, it gets to 7. Versus, like, that's a lot of money you're spending because that's 7 contracts, 7 salaries. Versus Cloak and Dagger, it's just the one dude and the one girl, and that's it.
Hey, Doze, ready to join us?
Oh, let's go! This man coming in, being like, Ronald, or not Ronald, god damn it, what's, Wolverine Coon, I got your doing the grandma.
You're a furry now,
the
PP?
grandma's I'll be a furry for Doreen Green, hell yeah.
Yeah, look,
Getting me, I bought an $80 little statue.
Look at
figurine
Squirrel
of
Girl.
Soul's chest. I'll show you the picture, it's super anime as fuck. I'm getting hot.
Pay me a couple $1 billion and I'll be a furry.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Alright, here we go. I'm ready.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
There it all set up.
Making my way downtown, walking. Fuck, I messed it up already.
Damn, what the? Got him. Got somebody.
Groot's almost dead. Groot's dead. I hate you, Vin Diesel. Punisher's going turret. Be careful. Turret gone.
Oh, I did not see it. Where was it? I didn't even see where. Oh, it was a revive.
Got a Spider-Man coming up top left corner of the fish.
oh shit, yeah, Spider-Man. Get his ass.
See Groot up there. Got him. Last player, KO streak.
What is that? What the fuck?
What do you see?
Something underground, but it didn't look.
Oh, I don't know what the hell that
It
was.
didn't look like Jeff, so I don't know.
Ah, shit, I got swallowed.
Yeah, shark got me too.
I used to say that a lot in college.
Damn. What's Rocket's superpower? How come it doesn't work?
What's this? I don't know. What is his ultra power? What is his ultimate?
I don't know. I don't think I've seen it.
Got him. No, somebody. I think it was behind me. I was to the side and I didn't notice it. Holy crap.
God, I hate that a lot because
Got it.
audio on an audio level, it's annoying as shit.
Oh shit.
Okay, good.
Oh no, stupid Wolverine, fuck off.
Right behind me.
Got old Widow here.
Wolverine.
I'm just gonna go after this pressure. Oh. Nice.
Ooh, man.
Nice work, guys.
Again?
That's twice you got it. Nice work. Very good.
Hey, McCur. Morning.
Nah, I'm crackering now. I'm on a roll, so I gotta keep at it until I.
Good morning, McCur.
I'm angry.
Let me check out Cheeseburger's highlight.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, that Spider-Man got me wanting tacos now with that name.
I want tacos too.
You think you can beat Squirrel Girl's ass?
I could. Give me a few beers and a blue chew, it's a wrap. Let me stop, I sound terrible right now. No, let me be civilized.
You think Baby Huey goes out with Squirrel Girl?
Oh my god! Power Party got me dead right now, cause I would literally, like, yo, you know, fucking Doreen comes over here, fucking thick as pancake batter, and them fucking Daisy Dukes. Gonna have me like, oh wait, no, I can't use Baby Huey, it's a sub email. God damn it, but yeah, Baby Huey, that shit. I'm thinking Discord. Boy, fun.
I'm done. Do what you want. Pull the plug.
plug. Done.
I'm done. Do what you want.
Man.
Let's see, I'm gonna pick somebody else this time. Screw it. Storm. He makes her change his diapers. I bet.
I'd change your diapers.
Baby Huey's diapers?
Oh, I thought we were talking about Squirrel Girl.
She doesn't wear diapers.
Say it out loud. Somebody already. Damn, that was quick.
Funny.
Oh, thanks, Jeff.
I don't even. That was too funny. What are we doing? Oh, we're escorting. All right.
Shit, I gotta stay up here. Where are these guys?
Oh fuck! I messed it up.
Oh shit. They got a flying guy too. Oh, they got Venom here. Fuck.
Oh, I died.
Your son was better.
Okay, I got me twice.
We got 2 snipers on that little ninja house or whatever.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Yeah, I think Hawkeye was it?
Got Wanda up here.
Wanda's dead. Hawkeye is close to death. Shit, he went into hiding.
Oh, he's over here. Ah!
Hawkeye's dead.
They're always like 4 against 1.
Ooh, shit. If you ever seen or had a pet duck, they poop like every hour at the very least.
Sounds like me on Free Taco Bell.
Sounds like me every day of my life.
Oh, he really got me to suicide out of fucking placement. Oh my god, Adam Warlock. Gonna give you the only squirrel nut head. That was so good. That revive.
I don't know where that came from. I'll try again.
I'm still regenerating. I require some aid.
We are undefeatable.
Never miss.
Oh shit.
If that was Hawkeye again, yes it was.
Damn, did I didn't kill that guy? Shit.
Oh, that's right.
I see that.
You don't want.
Ah! No!
I require some aid.
Shit, what the fuck? Ugh.
Get out of here.
I am too good.
Oh no, come on. Can't squeeze through this shit.
Hella got me that time.
Watch me soar.
Get that vehicle moving again!
The enemy has arrived. A timely boost.
Feel my power. This vessel cannot be stopped.
I heard the rear!
Rise, my friends!
Wolverine's coming up behind you guys. Shit.
Oh, that's it now.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I lift up my comrades.
Got him, Tippy!
And I'm dead.
Come to fighting T'Challa.
Fucking Hawkeye again.
They've spotted us.
Hawkeye's dead.
I lift up my comrades.
Don't worry, Spider-Hero.
Uh-oh.
Any healing is good healing.
Soulbound? What?
Fucking flipping Wolverine. Gotcha. There goes Wolverine.
So this is what wove the fabric of the universe.
Oh shit.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
I lift up my comrades.
Ah, shit. I think that was Hawkeye again.
Yeah.
I swear, dude. It's this fucking Hawkeye.
This place is curious. Keep an eye here.
Watch me soar! We are
Almost.
undisputable!
The cosmos heals you. I'm hungry.
Hawkeye got a one-hit kill on me.
Lift up my comrades.
No match for us. So close! So big chance!
What the hell was that?
I took care of Frankie.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Stand by to Army of Squirrels. It's utterly hilarious.
I see I have made an impact.
Good.
Here they come now.
Oh, I didn't make the jump.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Needed that boost. Wait.
One minute, 20 seconds.
Hawkeye's down. And I'm down. Wait, no, I'm not yet. I'm just Spider-Man.
I'm doing this. Judge
juicer!
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, what the hell got me from behind? If that's Hawkeye, okay, good. It wasn't Hawkeye who got me. I don't think it was. Oh, I've been revived. No, now I'm dead. It was Hawkeye. Of course it was. Who else but Hawkeye? Did we do it?
Yeah, we won.
Yeah, we were
That's quick.
super close, so hell yeah.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Poon
I need to
Pounder,
go to bed.
the Marvel expert.
I'm a loser. I have no life.
GG's, thanks
That's what it
PP.
is.
That's awesome. I don't mind. We have an expert.
That's
Yo,
3
actually,
times in a row.
Cancel it.
Oh, cancel
Fuck.
it? Oh, shit.
Now.
What happened?
Nah, I just wanted to go grab a drink.
Oh.
Ah,
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
no drink? What are we gonna do now?
Right heroes could make all the difference.
We're all doomed.
I mean, Cottonmouth, I guess.
You ain't getting MVP this time.
Alright, Fat. No, actually, no. Let me see how that works out. Nah, I actually do like that because I need to stop one-tricking. But then again, I'm just getting better with what I like. Otherwise, or other shit. So nah, like, feel free. Don't.
If you get MVP here, I'm gonna be visibly upset. I'm going to be triggered if you somehow get MVP here.
He's going to get this dehydrated and his piss is going to be super yellow. Is that what happens?
Nah, that's how your piss gets yellow, because you get dehydrated.
In 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Neon yellow pee.
You are Midgard's goddess of squirrels, are you not?
All our drinks is Mountain Dew.
The goddess of squirrels, eh?
Okay.
I too am
Thor is hitting on Squirrel Girl.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The more yellow, the more dehydrated. That's what happens. Yellow as a lemon.
Oh, I'm dead, just like that. Fucking Moon Knight.
Better stop that vehicle.
No shit, is that health?
Damn.
I am strengthened.
Going off.
Shit.
Dead. Hey Hawkeye, could you do me a favor and hold? Never mind.
Shit.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I was trying to ask him if he could do me a favor and hold still.
Damn. Uh-oh. Oh. Alright, thanks, Raccoon.
The moon haunts you.
That's Punisher down. Yeah, that's Punisher.
Chinga madre, perra.
Why is it going backwards? Why is it moving backwards?
You peed before and it looks orange. Vitamins can make your pee green. Takes a lot of hits to kill someone.
I remember my piss was once rainbow colored.
When you were high?
I don't get high. I'm only high on life, buddy. But then again, I do take edibles from time and time again, so I don't know shit.
That's getting high.
I don't even remember what I did yesterday. I don't even remember what I ate for breakfast. Mostly because I didn't eat breakfast. Shit, I got a 4 kill. Why is it moving backwards?
Who's the healer?
Why does it keep moving backwards?
Oh, yeah, where's Rocket? Where the hell?
We have to defend it.
Judge, jury,
You can't let them push.
Didn't we have Rocket? Oh shit, there he is.
Defending it, but it keeps moving
Hello?
backwards.
Rocket.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, are you kidding me? Shit.
Fucking Iron Man.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Let's get control back.
Double KO. That's 3. You got them all.
GG's.
Yeah.
We did it.
I think. Yeah.
Alright, awesome.
We had to not let them push.
That means you were
So I
super.
got it now because we were pushing it back. They were the ones that were pushing it forward. I was not. I could not figure this out. Are you? There's no way.
It means you were super
Are you hacking this
dehydrated.
game? Are you hacking this game?
GG's, thanks.
I literally
This
had
guy is high as hell.
I have no.
Who's high as hell? Poon Pounder?
He's probably talking about me.
No, I'm high as fuck right now. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like 8 bucks.
Looks like we all gotta get high to be as good as Poon Pounder.
I literally had a 4-person kill streak. But somehow it's 10 pounder.
Alright.
No, I think it's just because my KD ratio is really clean. Otherwise,
This is totally
my
ridiculous.
accuracy was dog shit. I had Helen Keller accuracy. I had
Yes, he was talking about me. I knew it. I can't remember breakfast because I didn't eat breakfast. So,
Yo, actually, give me a sec. Let me go use the bathroom right quick and grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. I'll be right back too. Alright, back now. You can't remember breakfast because you didn't eat breakfast. Sounds like something a high guy would say.
Whatever you say, Omega.
Alright, I'm good.
Ready? Okay.
Yeah.
After I collect my achievements real quick.
No worries, you're good, no rush. I'm gonna take another bump.
There we go. Just had to make that real quick.
Now where the hell is Macus?
What's wrong, Mac? Is you too scared to join us?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who is this? Oh. Magic, okay, I don't really know her. Try somebody new.
I like Magic though. Magic is a good character. I don't know if she's any good in the game, but just overall she's a good character.
She got MVP in one of these last matches.
Enemies beware.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
At least I know I can trust you.
Well, that's a one-way street.
Deadass, why would you?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Don't forget, securing the mission area is your top priority.
My father would have loved to see Wakanda reaching across the stars.
That's a double KO immediately. Oh my god, I'm under attack from behind.
No, they got a snipe. That was on me. Fucking that up.
Do what?
My strength is renewed. Bast has favored me with another chance. My aim is true. My justice is swift.
Our foes draw near.
Oh my god, I can't believe I goofed him.
Thank me later.
Here we go. Oh my god, I died just like that. So, Widow. Oh, she got a headshot on me.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
That bitch Widow got a fucking
Oh,
headshot on
shit.
me.
Hostiles up front.
I'm annoying them enough.
Nope.
Bast be praised.
Right behind you. Beacons neutralized.
someone.
Damn.
Damn, nah, that's on.
Again, my ancestors are.
Where the hell's Thor?
She sniped the knife.
As guardians never shrink from battles or feasts. The moon haunts you.
There's one down. No, I got.
What the fuck?
I think it was the freaking Moonlight. Moonlight's ultimate.
Ugh.
Doesn't help that our Hawkeye is actually ass. But like, if looking to falling to shreds, is the Hawkeye isn't Hawkeye good enough for now.
Chaos.
I want to be hopeful that better, but it
Over here. Be careful.
One down. Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, come on, you piece of shit. God.
actually, you know what? No, Squirrel's not gonna work for this.
Alright, fuck you, Scarlet. I mean,
Who was that? They know how to get you with like just one hit.
No, their hits are on point. They're good hit skins.
I am ready to put on a show.
I screwed that up.
Black Widow. Black Widow is doing a lot of those one-hit kills.
Black Widow is doing me headshots.
Her hit skins are clean.
Come on, come on, come on. End the overtime. End the overtime. There it is.
Oh no.
I think we did it. We had control of it. What do you mean?
We controlled
Oh,
it. 3 ticks.
There she is.
No shit. She got fucking.
I needed 3 ticks.
She got a ton of
That Widow was
one-hit
not
kills.
fucking around.
Yeah.
Because her headshots are instant death. But they're really fucking hard to hit, but that's why I want to feel like that Black Widow might be a smurf or just a hit skin that really knows and get their headshot.
Well,
Did you just say she might be a smurf? Oops, I just left.
a smurf.
Yeah, nah, a smurf is like someone that's really good, that's tired of getting smoked by people equally as good as them, make a whole new account for their name, so it's called a smurf for that reason.
What's
Oh, I thought you were talking about the other smurf.
Oh, okay, no, I don't know what I mean.
Smurf.
I guess, unless people like want to be a smurf, I don't know. There's those avatar
I've
things.
never played as this character before, so I'm gonna try this out.
She looks fun. I've heard a lot of people be like, they enjoy her.
She's cool because she can like trap people in her net.
The weeb in me loves that she has like an Eva for her skin.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It's behind. It's one of those paywall skins.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like already like an Eva on its own.
The true warrior is not defined by strength, but by courage.
Oh, Loki. What mischief art thou up to this time?
Making my way downtown, smoking grass, eating ass, and I'm home. Oh my god.
Where is your gawk? What's the hell's that?
3, 2, you have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Oh, am I supposed to say yeah?
Listen for the sound of thunder.
They are in front of us. Somewhere.
They're meatheads. No, 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 no. Vin Diesel's dead.
Shit, why am I
Or almost
stuck?
dead.
Damn.
Vin Diesel dead.
Worry no more. The sniper is gone. A storm of
Daddy.
God damn. I got 4 frames per second. Shit.
Oh shit, I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing it now. Oh my god, dude.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ.
I hope you don't get kicked. Oh yeah, this character does a lot of damage. It's a KO. 5-player kill streak already. 5-player and KO. Oh no!
We are undefeatable!
Holy shit. Oof, surviving. Ugh, crap. Oh, what? Oh, man. The chappiness messed me up. Fell off the edge.
You fell off the edge?
Yeah, I fell off the edge.
Pro tip, next time don't fall off the edge.
This is real firepower!
Oh, fucking widow. Oh dear.
Damn, really?
We've almost got it completely filled up already.
No, it's fine. I'd rather them have to push rather than defend hard camp. I mean, if we hard camp and hard camp, but at least with the push, they're forced to run to the point versus if they just have to open it. Gotta worry about getting through.
Thor, leave me alone. Thor, get. Go away, Thor. Please go away. And I'm done.
Plasma burst!
They've made it halfway! Stop them! Gotta stop that vehicle!
They're shooting from somewhere.
Mutant squids? Can we switch places, Ty?
By the eye of Agamotto! Behold the god of thunder!
Ow.
I am ready to put on a show. Watch your whiskers, Tippy Toe.
Damn.
Might be a good time to stop them.
Switch to Moon Knight.
Ow.
Ugh, Jesus, what the fuck?
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Just embrace the light. Behind us. We are undefeatable. That one hurts. It's the grand finale.
What terrors have you called forth, Namor? I wreak battlefield havoc. Beholds the god of thunder!
Damn it.
Oh no, I'm stunned.
We face a deadly enemy from afar. Enemy is here.
Holy shit, that took forever. God damn.
Better stop that vehicle.
Leave them to Khonshu.
It's now or never. Stop them.
You gotta go to
Look going down harder than my grandma on Taco Tuesdays.
I am barely wounded.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Plasma first. I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, almost got me. It's so doomed here.
Just another sucker with suckers.
Reloading.
Don't give them another inch. Or else.
Beholds the
Oh.
god of thunder!
Reloading, reloading, reloading. Got Widow.
I am Odinson. What the hell are those things, Namor?
Behind me, behind me. Ah!
The wrath of an god.
Double KO.
I don't know who the hell that is.
Face a deadly enemy from afar.
He's stuck in an entrance. Only 60 seconds left.
Beholds the god of thunder!
Got my ultimate ready.
I hope Friday got that on video.
Here I go.
We are undefeatable.
First, that was loud.
Nice.
He's stuck in. Down to 30 seconds. We're almost there. My friends are here. The final 10 seconds. You'll have to keep fighting until we have.
Holy shit, man.
Jeez.
Nice one.
Whew, nice. GG's.
Very good job.
Thank God.
Nah, I was the MVP this time.
Founder.
Macca's get in here.
Word Macca, come on. Thanks. The squad. If you're free, like if you're just fucking around, like that's fucked, dude.
I guess that guy was the MVP of healing everybody. Alan Fitz. Macca's, what the hell are you doing?
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
So yeah, I'm starting to like Thor. He's cool. I do not like Black Panther. Let's see, Venom, give him a chance. Heading to Vegas and trying to look for signs. What kind of signs?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Oh my. OMG, you are the cutest shark ever.
Macca, check the Discord.
I know, sharks aren't supposed to have feet. And no, you can't eat Tippy-Toe, she's my best friend.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Hey, I bet I can help with the time-fixing thingamajig. Maybe I'll ask Tony next time I see him.
Just go check the Discord, goddammit.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. To capture the mission area!
Can't going to Vegas on the road.
Their team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
Jesus Christ. Their team was too good. They know
You'll
what
pull
they're
out the... You'll pull out the PS5 and TV with you in the car?
Oh, that didn't take long, did it?
Yeah, I don't know about these characters I'm choosing.
I mean, when I'm playing as Punisher, I can see why Marcus likes him so much. Everybody shut the hell up, I'm listening to the jams.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. OMG, aren't you the cutest little thing? Join my squad. Wait, quick question. You don't eat squirrel.
It's a bunch of fucking robots.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You can't play guitar for shit?
To the mission area. Got it? Honestly, I'd be surprised if good old Doomy isn't behind a super tiny, whiny mess like this. Watch your whiskers, Tippy Toe. There's a sniper.
Oh my god! This got destroyed by Wolverine.
The mission area is yours to capture now. We captured the mission area.
Damn. Warlock. Okay.
Marcus made a wrong turn, he's back in his house.
Back at your house? Well, get on Marvel Rivals.
I'm beginning to doubt that you even left, Marcus. Something about that story just seems fishy.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! I finished what you began. Was but a scratch.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Double kill!
This person is invisible? Who's Adam Warlock? Oh shit. Got him. Master Chief. Master Chief Keith. Fix that bitch right here.
Oh my god, really? Oh shit, resurrected? Fuck.
Oh, nice when you got to the... Nice. You respawned. Very nice. Fucking Venom got me from behind.
Shit.
Hey, Sniper! Rocket's coming for you!
You can return the favor anytime.
I'll patch you up.
Oh, I did love that food.
I'm doing this my way. Hey, Dee, enjoy the amplifier. I am barely
Watch your whiskers, Tippy Toe. There's a
just
sniper.
dying.
Keep capturing the
Shit.
mission area. Keep going.
Widow. No, it wasn't.
The enemy is
Kebab.
You're welcome.
Now I want a kebab.
Us against the world.
Marcus, buy me a kebab. I want a kebab.
Mount a stalwart defense.
I don't know what the hell this Hulk is doing. Shit!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh, look at that.
Born again! Behold the god of thunder!
Double KO.
God damn it. GG's, guys.
Holy shit.
Yeah. We tried.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Now you ready? Hey Jenny. Hey. Going good? Win some, lose some. Think we won more than lost.
See, I'm gonna get lost. And I fucking, I'm just like, oh wow. Oh, that's a lot of blood.
Oh, you did a shout out, Macus, or who was that?
Are you crazy?
And Jared? Did we do one for Jared? I'll just do one.
Oh my god.
How's it going, Jenny?
Oh.
Gonna see if
Come. You're such a good dude. Come here.
anybody else is on.
Come here, buddy.
Is those playing, Macus?
Yeah, say hi to the camera. Oh my god. Look at. Oh my.
Shout out to Alf.
God damn, that man's heavy.
Nope, nobody else is on right now.
Oh.
Did Magus just shout out Alf?
Yeah.
Oh,
baby!
Competitive.
Shit.
Your team has players from other platforms. Competitive
Avoid
mode
that.
the end of the world as we know
not
it.
available.
It will ruin this game. Naughty
That's good. Did you read?
What, competitive?
Don't. Yeah, you're gonna get all sorts of cancer. People calling you.
I was still in the highlight part.
everything under the sun, and if you got the tolerance to put up with it, more to it. But you're gonna get harassed up the
great
sun, and it's
orange
annoying as
hunter.
fuck. Just a warning.
Stalks
Yeah.
his prey.
Otherwise, I like that. Here's a bitch.
Check out Alf.
Ah, he sees it. The elusive
Yeah,
loin
baby,
of
Alf,
pork.
baby, Alf.
The most prized
Cakes,
catch in the
pancakes.
Frigidari jungle. What's this?
Everybody check out Alf. He was last seen
Alf,
harassing a cat.
Don't eat this.
Somewhere
Why
in
would
the
I eat
Communist
this?
Party of China.
He was putting a cat between two loaves of bread.
Hey, my
Once
man.
in
I actually got
position,
that little figure
he
on my
strikes.
desk right now. It's 59. Different out. Figure wearing on the line t-shirt.
What? Whoa! Has the hunter angered the gods?
Holding it and it's on the
Whoa! Whoa!
Now I
Oh
gotta
shit, no, you're not still playing right now.
Pork!
Alf is in an earthquake, oh shit.
Donkey, goddamn Alf, you old Kate. Oh, Ronald Kun, those McNuggies, thank you.
When you have been powerless, having power.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Try and keep yourself under control, Wanda.
Control chaos? You really don't understand.
Hey, make fun of my tail all you want, but I've still beaten Doom, Thanos, and Galactus.
To be fair, Wanda, you did
Galactus.
a few-
Damn.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
I was
3,
gonna say,
2,
to be fair, Wanda, you did commit a genocide.
capture the mission area. Got it?
Who's using this aspect healing?
Huh?
And the person playing as Wanda just asked for healing.
Maybe it was an accident.
Speed Racer. Oh, that's what that was.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
100 is down! Christ! Just like that, 141 is down.
I feel new strength.
Oh. Hold on. I don't know who that was, but I just heard somebody. Got someone there.
Nah, they're definitely cheating. That Bucky's cheating. Just a heads up.
Oh, up there.
A timely boost.
I hate when people at the reserve.
No!
Nah, he's actually.
Fuck guys.
You've captured more than half of the mission area.
Huh?
Keep going.
Oh, someone's cheating?
Yeah, the Winter Soldier's actively cheating. Like, he hit me on a headshot, but the spread was way off. Like, it was too far to the right.
Like aimbot type of shit?
Yeah. Oh, it's already full of this shit. It's just you gotta have an eye for.
I fucking hate people who use aimbot.
Oh yeah. It'd be like that.
My magic is almost yours.
Oh no, who the fuck? Where? Oh.
A storm is brewing.
You'll have to keep fighting until
Hombre de araña behind me.
my friends are here.
Don't mess with the amazing
Did I get you, Poon Pounder?
Yeah.
Did I hear you there?
Oh
Okay, cool.
shit.
Good shit.
I wasn't sure if I could reach you because you were up there. Hey, we got it. All right.
Damn, that was fast.
Word.
Thanks, Macus. Thanks for 4 bits.
Well, why not? This party's just
Getting started. Everybody.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wait, you've got elemental powers too? Oh, that's awesome. Hey, you should
Are
try
you
my
looking
guns.
to raid into
I have
somebody?
no need for weapons. Nature's full fury is mine to command.
Same. I mean, well, not its full fury. I mean, it's a tiny bit of fury, and I don't really command it. I just pull the trigger.
The battle starts
Do
in
do
5,
do 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 do.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
A shame that these beings have not yet evolved beyond such petty squabbles. I require some aid.
Ride the winds! I lift up my comrades.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh damn. They came from behind.
I wish there was an option to heal myself.
Shit. They're coming from all sides. Shit. Watch out.
Yeah.
I love giant robots, but that one not so
Your legend will live on, Quill. I will make sure of it.
Ah, no, Venom caught me. Venom ate me.
Damn it, Peter.
Oh.
I fucked that up again.
Why do I feel so satisfied when I say that Venom ate me?
You got a Gore King?
Feel the wrath of the
Or not Gore, Gore?
I see I have made an impact.
Maybe? God damn it, I hate it.
Oh no.
Shit.
Oh no! Bro just sacrificed himself to get rid of me. I gotta think that was a smart move.
Feel the thunder. Success is ours. I'm gonna get nuts.
You wanna get nuts?
Spider-Man coming from the back right.
My strength has increased.
Any healing is good healing.
I require some high caliber.
I see that. You are a mighty ally, Wanda.
Shit.
I'm not gonna be able to get to you, Omega. Hold on, I'm gonna try and make it to you.
Oh,
If
you're.
I can find out where you are.
Damn, I don't see you.
Are you still alive?
Yeah, I'm alive. I got some health. Gonna try to get the Punisher. Well, shit, what the fuck is that? Damn, what the hell? Bullshit protected him.
Somebody needs healing.
Where's
Yeah, I do.
Jeff?
Yeah. Nah, I have it.
Oh man. Oh, Spider-Man. Shit.
Fight for the good guy. Now the thunder is coming.
I won't shy away from a fight, but I'd rather be in the lab. Healing out.
Ah, no!
Hold up. My notes.
Oh.
I was gonna heal up this, but right before it finished, I died.
Yeah, I gotta learn my corners.
Damn.
Good try, Dad.
Oh, nice. It's 1-to-1. I thought
Yep.
that was. Nice.
I think I might stick with being a healer.
As me, you'd be arrogant too.
Yeah.
I never wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for
I do my best to keep my distance and heal when I can.
I am
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
but I feel a deep kinship with the mortals of Earth.
Oh, you missed a lot while you were wrapped up in that cocoon, old buddy.
I have learned all I need to know, Peter Quill. You need not regale me with your tales of...
Yeah, okay. But...
I know you already healed Omega, but I will heal you more. There. You have been double healed.
Alright.
You have some more.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Perhaps I should have stayed in my cocoon longer.
Bogies incoming.
Some assistance, please.
No.
One dead baby shark.
Black Widow's running around.
Has set up a turret. Take cover. Mission area is yours. We have prevailed.
Oh, hell no. What the hell? Really?
Help, friends.
Rise, my friend! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I don't know what that was supposed to do for me. Oh shit, this Hawkeye's got a 4-kill streak. Here I come. Okay.
Oh shit. God damn, they're all over the fucking place.
Oh, that was you. I was on my way to heal you because I saw that somebody was on low health.
Oh boy, here they come!
We are undefeatable!
Behold the god of thunder!
They've almost got it!
Oh, Widow. Widow. Is that one of you who got Widow?
My vigor returns.
Shit. No, I didn't get Widow.
Sacrament. Too late.
Bum, bum, bum.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
No, you cannot.
My highlight's probably gonna be nothing but trash. I would just be healing.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Okay.
Yours was on good.
Killing Punisher was my highlight.
Do what?
Killing
yeah.
Punisher.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
See, so many characters I haven't even played as. Who's this?
Once an Avenger,
Oh,
always an
nah.
Avenger.
Haven't used the Hulk that much.
Science solves problems.
Escape pod ready. Opening escape capsule.
Ouch.
I'm trying to make the gamma in me
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I remember the scientists who made you, Adam. They were not good people.
Is it not our role as men to rise above our fathers?
I suppose that's something I've been fighting to do every day of my life. It's not easy.
What good thing ever is?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Don't forget, securing the mission area is your top priority.
Richards and Stark think they know everything. But when man plans, the gods laugh.
Holy shit.
But these guys ain't playing around. Ouch. Magneto killed me. And got a double KO while he was at it.
That was on me. Sorry.
McDonald's gave media Betty's asked me, should I get out of bed and play Marvel Rivals? Should you get out of bed and play Marvel Rivals, you lazy fuck? Of course, get your ass up and get in the game. Don't be a piece
Of
shit
course,
just lying there.
Macus.
It's time to show those fuckers what you're made of.
You lazy fuck.
Get out of bed, Macus. I gotta hear what this says.
Damn. Oh shit, I'm still. Oh fuck. Get out of here. Shit.
Oh shit, I'm still. Oh fuck.
Still alive.
Get out,
Fuck.
get here. Shit, I'm still. Get out.
Damn. So fuck. Oh shit. Nope. Oh shit. You heard Tyson, Macus? Get off your ass. Get in the game.
I must have missed it. Did I miss it?
Yeah.
Sure, I was wondering, like, because I had to hear it. But that's when it started, and I didn't hear shit.
Oh, I see. Shit.
Hey, Mac, if would coffee get you out of bed?
We face a deadly enemy from afar. Gamma shield! On your toes. Here they come.
Shit. I got you, Cheeseburger.
This is real firepower!
Thanks. Wish I could heal you back. Seriously.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Time to drain.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Alright, let's go.
Second chance is over. Life always triumphs. I require some aid.
Oh.
Fight Hulk, you lose.
My friend has risen once more.
Hell unleashed!
No hold our weapons against me.
shit, shit. Oh, shit. Oof.
Oh, I'm dead.
Who's
No.
Thor? Oh, Thor's one of the bad guys. Son of a bitch.
If at first you don't succeed,
We are undefeatable!
Oh, who killed me? Oh, Magneto. And I'm not surprised.
So cold. Hold still. I'm trying to help. So close. This is your big chance.
Some assistance, please.
Hell unleashed!
How's Fortnite? Pretty good. Back now, Umbra. Why don't you jump in on this Fortnite action?
through the green door again.
Co-op time!
Good to see you can back up all that bravado.
Enemy sniper.
You double KO! Only 60 seconds left.
Nice work.
Hell yeah. This ain't Fortnite, Umbra. Stefan B.
Bro had 27 kills.
I'm gonna call it here on my end.
Okay, cheeseburger.
Not all. It's already 1 in the morning.
Yeah. It's one for you, okay.
Same here. I can keep going.
Got one more, Brady?
No, I can keep going.
Okay. Poon Pounder, you're
I was
leaving?
just saying same. I was just saying same here. That it's 1 in the morning here too.
Oh, okay. Alright, guess let Poon Pounder step out if he wants. Let's see if I got any rewards, whatever. Let's see what's going on here.
I'm from Mac is to join.
As Rocket, assist Squirrel Girl in landing 1 KO.
Oh. Alder Totem.
Deliver Null's Essence, okay. There's a bunch of these, okay. Oh, what is this? Spider Totem.
Oh, you got that same thing? I don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah. Seems like a decoration, but do we get like a little headquarters or something we could decorate? Customize, yeah, what's up with this?
Oh, where do you see that at? I didn't even see that.
It's next to achievements and favorites. in your career section.
Oh, I see it. Customized. Cool. Very cool.
What do I have here? Oh,
Oh, it's like a banner.
okay.
I don't have anything.
Yeah, I only got this simple Rivals
Yeah, same here.
nameplate.
Me too. Cause I ain't got shit for the titles.
Yeah. So where's that spider totem? Basic stats. Time played 6 hours, 6 minutes. 56 matches played, 18 wins.
I played for 1.3 hours.
11 KO.
Well, that can't be great.
Oh damn, I had a 11 KO streak. Holy shit.
Oh, I see now.
215 assists,
I've played a Scarlet Witch for 1.3 hours.
310 KOs, 27 achievements. No gallery cards, whatever those are. Alright. You took that off? It's 1:10 a.m. and you don't play Fortnite. Okay. Macca's, what happened? Tyson told you to get up.
Look at the jet. Look at the team jet.
The what?
I was bored.
$30 seconds? Damn, it's taking longer to match. I'm gonna try to play this next time on the Xbox. See if that's better.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Macca stinks. You know what? Let's see. Captain America. See what's up with him.
Freedom doesn't come without a fight.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Coming through. I visited hundreds of moons. How come they don't all have their own personal nights?
Don't know, don't care. One moon is more than enough for me.
Well, you're missing a huge opportunity, dude. Have you ever thought about franchise?
Good thing we don't take fall damage in this game.
What damage?
That's the ones I'd be dead like instantly every single time.
3, 2, 1.
Prevent Jarnborn from...
Vehicle in its tracks.
Oh shit, damn it. Revival failed, damn.
Ah, damn, I'm so close. No, 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 Iron Man. Gotta shoot. I think Iron Man got me. No, no, he didn't. For a second, I thought me and Iron Man off one another. Oh, great Macros, we need your expertise, so get the fuck in here.
Ugh, man. You gonna send me something, Umbra? Okay. Let's see. Go back to Thor.
It keeps throwing his fucking pitchfork.
Dare the very gates of hell to save Asgard.
Christ, they made it all the way to the checkpoint already. Christ.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Somebody give me health.
Oh.
Shit.
I forgot that I promised that I was gonna keep playing as a healer.
Alright, thanks. And back at it.
Damn it.
Shit. Oof, man. Oh, fucking Venom's back here.
I thought that was you for a second. You just died in Mega.
Oh, I died now.
Now you're down.
Venom's over here. Oh, got revived. Shit.
Yeah. Oh, you got revived? Cool. Great.
Oh, baby shark.
Oh, did he get you too?
Yeah. Where is he? Damn.
Oh, looks like, there you go. I healed you up. I want to get a crap ton of damage to me there with that.
Those guys are about to shoot at us. Hey, idiots! Turn around!
I am strengthened. You are welcome. I am strengthened. I require some aid. You watch over.
Can't believe I reached you, Omega. Ah, damn it.
Oh man. Oh, they got two healers. I think
They got two healers?
yeah, Moon Knight's a healer, right?
Is he? It's a good question.
Cause yeah, it looked like he was healing Jeff the shark, and Jeff was trying to heal him too.
Jeff, I know is a healer, so. Got me good, did. I thought the with the healing would be a lot easier, but it's not. Because as soon as they heal someone, they just lose a whole crap ton of damage right away.
Damn.
Oh. And I'm dead.
Oh, I guess he's not a healer.
Oh, that was a mistake there, wasn't it? That was a mistake. Shoot. No.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. Behold the god. None can withstand my light. Really like her armor. I am strengthened. I am barely wounded.
You stop them in their tracks. Down to 30 seconds.
Oh no, Smack is not playing with us, is he?
Nah, he's
Okay,
too
cool.
scared.
Yeah.
The final 10 seconds.
Oh, you kidding me? Fucking hell. Okay, that's good.
Victory!
GG. Is that you with Omega? No, that's Brady. Sent a DM? Okay, I'll check it out later. Ba 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 ba.
You know what else is creepy on brand? This.
The chicken got them creepy eyes. Creepy buck. Do 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 do.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Oh, the poll I created yesterday, Tyler Megan.
And kick butt.
Squirrel girl.
You hear me?
I hear
The poll
you.
I created yesterday in my channel, just died.
Your channel died?
No, the poll that I created yesterday for the random ass polls.
Oh.
I like to create polls for absolutely no reason at all. It died.
Oh, it tied. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Between the yes and the yes.
Capital yes.
Yes. Then I made another poll for did Mike Tyson show his ass cheeks on Netflix?
Oh,
I
yeah.
put yes and the fuck you talk about.
It's weird, but not as bad as the chicken. Why is her tail so damn thick? She's a squirrel.
Everything most decidedly does not happen for a
Squirrels have
Squirrel
thick,
girl equals
thick
waifu.
tails.
My treasure. All mine. Yeah, listen, my treasure, Omega.
Your treasure?
My treasure, all in this room. All this treasure is mine. I'm calling dibs on it. Pull a fucking Scrooge McDuck.
Capture the mission area.
What the fuck?
Oh shit, what is... Oh, damn.
Oh, shit. No, I tried to...
Oh,
No.
they got a Punisher over there.
Yeah. I just noticed, but it was too late. And you got a 4 kill as well.
And I'm the master craftsman.
Punisher's turned himself into a weapon. Enemies on approach.
Smoke!
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Got you healed, Omega.
Alright, cool, thanks.
Oh my god, Groot's got so much health.
Oh shit, damn. Damn. Freaking Hulk.
Hey, Hulk got you?
Yeah. Oh, what?
God.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Oh, it's over,
He's
what?
still in this.
That was bullshit.
Well, it was too late. I managed to survive the fall, but by the time I landed, it was too late.
Yeah, but that's like dummy thick.
Only cowards see shades of gray.
Hey, the thicker the better.
Oh, this... Somebody turned into a baby shark.
We're gonna need your help. I don't help.
Oh, we got... Yeah, now we got 2 healers.
That's good. That's a good way to play.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It's always been me and Tandy against the world.
Oh boy, here they come! The dark time I'm healing.
Heavy weapons. I'm rough.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
New entry.
Capture the mission area! Double KO!
Out of sight. Judge, jury,
Holy crap, I can heal myself. So apparently the healer can also heal me. Was that you who just got... Yep. You were right by me too.
Oh, really? Damn.
Yep.
Oh, I saw, yeah.
I was literally right in that room behind you.
Add that to my greatest hits! That was a long time coming.
I'm hunkering down.
Control seized!
Raise a toast in celebration. My power grows.
Smoke screen.
Oh, that's That's Squirrel Girl with the that crazy shit. Okay.
And now we know her ultimate ability.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh shit. Hella goes into first person mode when she does her power.
I'm still sticking with. I wish this game had a log-on system. Aiming is just too damn difficult.
I'm hunkering down.
Destiny was not kind to you.
Oh.
Quantum magic.
Damn it.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Smoke screen. I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Boost down.
Oh shit, shit.
Come on, heal up.
Yeah.
There it is.
Thanks.
I had to wait for the power to cool down. Oh, I'm being attacked from somewhere. Somebody's attacking me, but I can't tell from where.
Oh shit, Jeff the shark. Go
No,
to hell.
no.
Oh shit, damn it.
Extended my deployment.
I see you have need of Doctor Strange.
Well, hurry.
You did it.
Okay, shit.
Very nice.
Awesome. GG.
Very, very nice.
I'll fight this war against crime until I fall.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Is Star-Lord a title of the Intergalactic Empire?
No.
I knew numerous princes and marquises from Nordic Midgard. Harold Fairhair, Eric Bloodaxe. Your father must be a great king.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'll make them pay. Our adversaries gather.
Some assistance, please.
Oh shit.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Advantage gained in the material plane. Out of sight! Battlefield ready
There you go.
Thank you.
Need some ranged firepower.
Oh, that's not bad guy. Shit.
Oh my god!
Oh no. Oh, what up? Oh, he got you?
Tried to make it back. I think you got 3 of us.
Uh-oh, I need health.
Nice little boost.
Oh no, 3 motherfuckers? God damn.
That's right, Marcus. Get your ass out of bed. We need you.
Damn. Get your ass out of bed.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
I feel like Mac is only doing this because he knows that it gets on my nerves.
Oh, what?
I bet he's not even laying in bed.
What was that? Shit. Squirrel stampede.
Marcus, you're probably not even in bed.
Oh.
We lost. This is all your fault, Marcus. This is all your fault.
Yep.
You made us lose.
It's always Macca's fault.
See what my highlight was. If it'll even show.
Oh shit. Well, it's gonna start.
Yep, there it is. Every time I try to see a highlight, I found.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Are you out of bed yet, Marcus?
I'm the Punisher.
If you're even in bed, which I highly doubt.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
A Hydra base. Good thing I packed some extra magazines.
This is where to strike.
My heart hurts for my brother, but that will not stop me from defending Asgard.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2. All you need to do is capture the mission
Oh,
area.
God.
It's a realm of trials.
On your toes, here they come. You need their power.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me. I require some. I'm ready again.
Christ alive! What the fuck?
Yours to capture now.
Oh my god.
Capture the mission area.
You okay?
All patched up. I'm hunkering down.
Double kill.
I'm fine. I need healing. Smoke screen.
Ah. Damn.
Oh no. Oh, so close.
Who got you?
Venom?
Venom.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
For some places, it's like impossible.
Need some ranged firepower. I'm shipshape. Bring on the chaos.
Oh. Oh, you got down by Cat 2?
And Black Widow? Yeah. 2 people right now. Shit.
I require some aid.
Jesus
Need
Christ.
some ranged firepower.
Hmm.
You know a word I don't like? Nuance.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You and me, Spectre, we're two of a kind. You're not as crazy as I am. That's not it. We're alike because we both know there are some problems that can only be solved by force.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
A threat against Krakoa is a threat against all mutants. We shall not abide. Like a lamb.
Some assistance, please. I'm good to go. Heavy weapons. I'm in love.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Goddamn shark again. I barely have time to react. Every single time. Oh my god, I'm still in. Perfect.
Out of sight. Never thought I'd have to take Cap down.
It's just waiting for me. Yep, he was waiting for me. Knew what I was gonna do.
Hostile forces incoming.
Damn, what the fuck? Oh my god, no way.
I'll meet my family, but not today. Ready for action.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Fear Magneto!
Who got? Whoa! What the hell? Oh. Fucking Magneto.
What the fuck?
With his ultimate.
Oh my god. You could get squished by the wall?
He got squished by the wall.
Yeah, these moving walls and shit.
Oh no. Death by a wall.
Never seen that
Which way to
before.
go? Oh, damn. I'm so sick.
Jury, executioner.
Honestly, they're playing smart. They're playing extremely smart by sticking together.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
We're doing.
Hey, how goes stream? DK, it's going good. Having fun, losing. Hunter. Yeah, their little shark was doing all the work. How are you doing, DK? What's up with you? You playing this game? Nactus, thanks for the bits. All the bits.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started!
You know what, even better? If you joined the game.
Yeah, man. I don't know what your problem is. Not wanting to play. What are you afraid of?
You know what? I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. Mac is afraid that we're gonna show him up.
Is that right?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Afraid of the dark?
I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, he's not wrong. We'll show him up anyways.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Afraid of the dark.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Oh shit.
It's hard work getting out of bed and going downstairs.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
If you're even lying in bed.
Lucky. Always feels good going into a fight with you.
Keep your cool, Frank. We're the good guys.
War Tales. Doctor Doom. Captain America.
The battle starts in 5.
Wait, I didn't know Doom's in this game. Is he really?
Something called War Tales.
Is your top priority.
Oh.
Yeah, the place where the level we're in, there's an arcade with a game called War Tales.
I thought it was like he was like a playable character. I'm like, wait a minute.
They'll include them eventually.
I'll be a DLC. I remember when games didn't have DLCs and they were just a full game. I also remember when new games cost like $20. Back there in the good old days.
Eat unlimited ammo. There's gonna be a fight. Heavy weapons. The king of the seas has loyal followers. Octopus down. Fucking hurt. Son, I can heal it. My smoke up. And I thought Hydra had too many tools. Hey, Judge, jury, executioner. Blaze of glory. I'm
No, I got swallowed. No. Well, that didn't do shit. Ow. That did. Gotcha, Omega.
Alright. Oh man, what the hell? Damn it.
denizens of the deep. How refreshing. My turn. Some assistance, please. Spider Zero. I'll patch heavy weapons. I'm in luck. Someone scratch my back. Battlefield ready again. They can take out my work. Any one of us could be next. Rise, my friends! Brutal, Frank. You don't want second chances over. Squids? Hulk will rip off every tentacle. I require some aid. Stand down! Some ranged firepower. Armed and dangerous! What the hell are those things anymore?
Double kill!
Judge! Jury! Executioner! I'm good to go.
You're halfway there. Keep going!
Guys like this make it harder. Smoke up! Another notch on the belt. Out of sight! Stupid fishman called in his stupid friends. We will ride heavy weapons. You have my word.
Aw, what the fuck? Get this shit out of here. God damn. This shit doesn't break. Fuck. What the hell happened? Jesus.
Apparently I joined in some kind of weird game. Whatever that means. Can't stand board games. They piss me off.
Thanks for the target practice, no more. Out of sight. You will not face this trail alone, fighter.
Oh shit. Why did I miss that?
Got a big, you know what the issue is? I'm a healer, and they've got a problem with healers. Kick his ass, Omega.
Oh shit.
I'm hunkering down. Judge, jury, executioner! Let's get Spider Zero where she needs to go. Battlefield ready again. Now my sights are on the king.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Second chances over. Become like me. You will not face this trail alone, fighter. Shoot these unks whenever you find them. Crazy clown.
Oh, shoot.
Oh
Sorry,
no.
Omega, I
Oh,
didn't notice
they're.
that.
Damn it.
I just noticed that, and by the time I was about to head over there, it was too late.
Yeah, there was one of those Groot walls that blocked me too, so that messed me up.
I'm
Boom. Way to go, Omega. Good.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Nice work.
GG's. Let's see. How many did I kill at the most? Oh shit. That was all. Killing Jeff the Shark.
Okay. Estimated time is 23 seconds.
Oh shit, somebody has a cool Wolverine costume. Why isn't that the default? That should be the default Wolverine.
I didn't even see it.
Watch, he's on our team right now. Check him out.
If we're still on the same team.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
He's got the black and yellow. Not just some weird jacket and high tops.
Jacket and high tops.
Yeah, the lame Wolverine.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Oh, it looks like he's switching. Damn it. Switch characters.
I'm a blunt instrument. That's how I like it.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Who's this?
Great.
Eddie, I guess we're doing
Hmm?
the team up thing.
Is that Spider-Man? What is that?
Probably.
Spider-Man with a bag on his head?
Spider-Man with a bag on his.
Yeah, that's Spider-Man with a bag on his head.
Weird, but okay.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I can do some amazing stuff. I should enjoy this more.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I have found more lost souls. I require some aid.
Count on me.
Heavy weapons. I love.
Oh, I see now.
Battlefield ready again. Healing power.
Damn, where are these guys?
Over here.
Jesus. Oh.
Out of sight. I have found nice little boost. Yeah, I earned that one. Enemies on your tail.
Yeah, that's definitely Spider-Man, because now he's some swinging webs.
That's a problem. But also I feel more comfortable.
They've made it halfway! Stop them! Us against the world! Oh, they're so sparkly!
This with the doctor.
Like,
What's a team of heroes without Iron Man?
And I'm dead. Okay.
there's still a chance to stop them!
Oh, Marcus is ready.
Okay. Oh shit.
We hit a checkpoint. Now might be a
And people got a Punisher all over their face.
Damn.
I'll get you next time.
It's like fucking 3 guys against me. Shit.
Better stop that vehicle!
Shit. That was Spider-Man. Yeah, came from behind me.
Nice shooting, Bart. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh,
What?
and you got both of you.
Oh, that was his ultimate. Okay. Shit, I never seen Spider-Man do anything like that. Alright, Spider-Man.
Quantum magic. Second chance is over.
What? Who was that? Again? No way. Somebody kill his ass.
What was that?
Spider-Man.
Again?
Yeah, he was down to his last little bit of health, and then
I know that happens all the freaking time.
somehow he got me.
Judge, jury, executioner.
I'll push him back a little bit. Just right over there. Way over there needs healing. There you go.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
The more we push this back, the better right now. Venom! I'm dead. Not yet, because I get the cocoon for Adam Warlock. Now I'm dead. Shoot, shoot, shoot. No. Go further.
Together to victory.
Maximum pulse.
Gotta push it back. Then I'm dead. And there they go to the checkpoint. They're gonna get more time.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Here's enough.
Hey, Glitzy!
Oh shit, Glitzy, you're here. Love y'all, lurk left. Thanks, Glitzy. Oh shit.
Somebody left the game.
Oh yeah?
Can rage quit.
Well, that's gonna help. Shout out Glitzy, Macus. Since you're free.
Venom, I swear to God.
Thanks. Oh shit, what's this? What the fuck? Oh,
We'll make sure everybody can see you. Don't you worry.
how many people dropped out?
Skate. Aw,
Is it just us?
she loves it. It's her favorite.
Shit!
She gets fucking separation anxiety when she goes too long without it.
Nah, up there.
Oh, they already made
I
it.
think when people drop out, some more people join.
Alright, they already crossed over.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people give up right away. Bunch of chumps.
I'll send Knuckles the invite.
Chumps can't handle it.
Because you're not online.
Macus.
Because you weren't ready after all.
Come on, Macus.
Honestly, Knuckles, how are you gonna say that you're ready and then you're not ready? Not cool, dude. Not cool.
Galactic Wings.
Oh, he's online now.
Oh, okay.
In team. Oh, there he is.
Alright, Macus. 54. Hooray, finally.
After like 7,000 years.
Ooh.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
And here we go.
Shit. I was about to troll Macus and pick Punisher before he could.
Mm-hmm. We got a Magneto. Psylocke? Is that Psylocke? I don't even know.
I know Psylocke's in the game, so probably.
I don't usually see her wear a mask.
I will dare the very gates of hell.
30 seconds before you attack.
Oh, they switched. Okay.
Think you're fast enough to stop a high velocity round aimed straight
Well, did the character have purple hair?
I've already disabled the internal mechanisms on
If the character had purple hair, then yeah, that is Psylocke.
now. Play nice, and perhaps I'll put your toys back together.
The battle starts in
Where you at, Macus? I'm gonna whoop you. Bring that ass here.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I can't attack you.
Rebella? Rebellia? Yeah, that's Psylocke. So they didn't give her a thong?
He didn't do what?
She has a thong. That's her costume.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that is Psylocke. Ow. Fuck. Revive.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh my god.
Capture the mission area.
Macus, can you Punisher the shit out of this fucking Punisher?
Double kill. Control seized.
Run away home, little spite. Battle Fury.
Double kill. Ow. Got killed by magic. Go, Macus! I'm spectating you. Go, go, go!
Control lost.
God of Thunder.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh shit. Damn it.
I am Thor Odinson, God of Thunder.
I'll take good care of your guns.
They've almost got it. Well, who's next?
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, the fucking turret. Careful of that turret.
What the what the fuck? Ugh. Got stuck.
You got hit by the turret.
Something got all the squirrels.
Oh, you got hit by the squirrels.
The squirrels got me stuck on the ground. Like,
Oh, and then the turret just did the damage.
yeah, I couldn't charge after that.
My brother Loki imperils not just Asgard, but all the realms.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You look at me as if you know me.
In my timeline, you are one of the greatest warriors our nation has ever known.
I have been seeking others like me.
And once we are done here, I will gladly take you to them, my dear. Krakoa would be delighted.
Ready, Marcus? You gonna punish everybody?
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission
Let's
area.
fuck them up.
Let's get dangerous.
Hey, Dee! Enjoy this fire! Someone scratch my back!
Judge, jury, executioner!
Mission area is yours.
Up there.
Rest easy now. You've earned it, Father.
I am strengthened.
Oh,
Run away home, little spider. Your neighborhood needs you. My vigor returns.
understood.
Oh no, shit.
The lightning of Asgard returns.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Where you going, Marcus?
That must be really humiliating.
I'm hunkering down. Awaken the rage of battle.
Someone scratch my back!
Ow. Shit, what got me? Garbage bitch. Bionic
Ooh,
chaos.
You fought with honor.
What battle can continue without Thor? Run away home, little spider. Your neighborhood.
You have made your father proud, Wanda, my dear.
Oh, son of a bitch!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Alright. Wait,
Jesus.
why didn't it didn't say
Work.
it didn't announce that we won?
Yeah, because we're at one apiece. We gotta go one more.
No, but it didn't say another victory, it just went on.
I did not notice that.
Yeah, that was kinda lame.
Before you attack, get ready.
The game's breaking down or something.
In my timeline,
Let me see this Psylocke.
We both missed it.
No, it did not come out. Yeah, that's not Psylocke. That's not my Psylocke.
Yeah, well, it's not our Psylocke, no, but it is still Psylocke. Sadly. A very bad Psylocke, but it's Psylocke.
No thong, not Psylocke.
Only thing red about Psylocke is the purple hair. And that she's a female, but other than that, it's just not an accurate Psylocke.
Judge, jury, executioner! Don't mind me. I'm just dying. The enemy is here. Behold the god of thunder! Jury!
Pop, 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 pop. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Rest now,
Damn it. That's the thing about this shit. You can do a lot of damage to somebody and they kill you. You've done so much damage, it only takes you just one more hit.
Oh shit. EK, oh thanks for the follow, EK.
DK9467 has joined the fellowship.
Geek, thank you for following Omega Mac. Because if you do not follow Omega Mac, you will be a sad Omega Mac. You do not want a sad Omega Mac, do you? Everybody wants a happy Omega Mac. Damn it. Oh, revived.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Jenna Pizza just redeemed. You sure about that?
Hey, pizza! Great, let's
Shit, Omega, you're on a kill streak.
Yeah.
Did we do it?
Yeah, we
Did
did
we
it.
do it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, we won. Excellent. Who's the MVP?
No more mutants.
Yeah, I want some.
As Scarlet Witch take down mutant enemies 10 times.
Hell yeah. MVP. It's about time.
Great, let's dig in. Yeah, I want some.
It's about time.
Hey, pizza, great, let's dig in. Yeah, I want
It's for you, Jenny.
Hey,
Oh, the pizza for Jenny
great,
the
let's
pizza.
dig in. Yeah, I want some. Hey, pizza, great,
Look at
let's
that.
dig in. Yeah, I want some. Hey, pizza, great, let's dig in. Yeah, I want some.
Boom.
Hey, pizza, great, let's dig in. Yeah, I want some.
I want some. Sent someone new here? Oh, was that DK? I guess I could check Discord, Umbrin, if it was about that. Thanks for sending someone, mysterious someone. And thanks for the duck dance, Brady.
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum.
I beat you to it this time, Magus.
I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put
Oh,
your hands
shit.
on your hips,
Thor.
put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers,
Like
shake
in
them
Thor
around.
now.
Doing the duck,
Magus,
doing the
big.
duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air. We're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now. Cause my name is Baby Huey. I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck,
Biggest duck
doing
in
the
town.
duck. I like to know how to swing.
Very important, everyone knows. He's the biggest duck in town.
World gone mad.
Mad?
Brady 2700 Just Redeem Tag Dance.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Answer for what he has done to Asgard and all other worlds.
I am wounded. They're on your tail. A nest of tiny spider
Ah, got from behind.
or a dagger.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh man, Magus, how come you didn't pick Punisher?
Uh-oh.
Oh man, Magus, how come you didn't pick Punisher? Why didn't you pick Punisher? What the hell?
Umbrang Crow 1215 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh, I insist.
Jenny Pizza just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
I can't heal you anymore. Oh!
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Who's healing that spider girl? Oh. There's nobody around.
I didn't even know we had a healer.
No, not us, their team. Oh, that was bullshit. Ugh. Oh shit, yeah. I gotta finish this before putting on that video. Those two videos, Umbran and Jenny?
Apparently I'm playing Bayonetta 3.
Damn it.
Only 60 seconds left. Get that vehicle moving again. Hit the ground.
Damn, I don't know. Our teammates, I think, aren't helping.
I wouldn't say that.
Over there. I'm getting jumped by the Iron Fist every 5 minutes. Oh my god.
Iron Fist is a pain in the ass.
Wait.
I totally get that.
I hate my life. I've been trying to heal you guys this whole time, but I keep fucking getting jumped.
Did you join us and I didn't know?
Whenever someone like joins a thing, they automatically, if they have them, the push thing involved in it.
Oh, I thought Jenny joined us or something.
Is it Jenny? Did she even have the game?
I don't know. You said that was your friend, didn't you? Somebody talking? Whoever that is really sounds like you. You don't even know. It's scary. It's not Jenny, but it sounds like her, she says. How did she start talking to us?
Because she joined the... Because we, did it with them a random thing.
Oh, hey, Lady Link. Welcome in. Need to be awake in 3 hours? Oh, shit. But hi. Welcome in. Glad to have you here. Yeah, I don't know.
What's up, Lady Link?
Nobody else started to talk.
Because I don't think everyone else had voice chat on. She had voice chat on.
Well, whoever that was. She said Iron Fist was after her.
Yeah. Which I get, because Iron Fist is a pain in the ass.
Oh, that was Macca's voice.
That was Macca's?
He says it was. That was you, Macca's?
Should I pick Punisher? I wasted time.
Macca's has one of those voice changer things. He put it to the Jenny B pizza setting. You're spreading your own little Christmas cheer.
That is the ultimate troll.
Just spreading little joy. Briefly mentioned, had a little procedure, biopsy, came back negative today, not dying. Oh, that's awesome. Thank God.
Hooray for not dying.
So fucking relieved, having
That's
a
all you.
hard
That's
time
a pat on the
sleeping.
back for staying alive.
Yeah, you're so hype. That's awesome. Good news, lady. Awesome. Very good to hear. Thank the gods that you were spared.
Always liked Tokyo, but it wasn't always this spidery. Hostiles up front.
Oh, did it start? What? Didn't notice it. Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
Ah!
Took out their healer. Oh, but
Hawkeye got me.
Hawkeye got me.
Hawkeye got me too.
Yeah. He's good.
I noticed Hawkeye was on low health. I was hoping to lower his health a bit more.
Gonna try to focus on their healers. Kill them all. I know they got
shit.
Mantis.
Hold up. Wait me a minute. 2 seconds. There we go. Had to plug in my controller. You and Mecca's both got it.
Alright, went on a little rampage there. Oh man, damn it, surrounded.
Up there.
Sorry to come in randomly with that, Mac. Seriously, on like a high. No problem, lady. Especially with good news like that, that's really.
Yeah, that's fantastic news.
That's good to hear. Good to hear when the world is so fucked. It's good that once in a while something good happens.
Bring on the chaos.
They're up there.
Pulse charge. Fire.
I'm doing this my way.
Next. I'm taking requests.
Oh, this is good.
My vigor returns. An honorable foe. Awaken the
Maximum pulse.
Oh my god, I got out of the way of that.
Tremble before fast.
No, you're not getting away.
Sadly misguided.
No way. Got your ass.
My vigor returns.
That's you, Omega.
Oh, thanks. Oof.
What do you mean?
What, didn't you heal me
Oh,
or something?
I went to attack somebody and realized that it was you. That's just you.
Oh, but you're not a healer?
No.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
Scarlet Witch.
Okay. I gotta look for some health. Okay, found something.
Only 60 seconds left.
I am more than just a trickster.
Jump. Get through.
More tools to scratch.
Behold the god of thunder!
Up. Somebody got him. Oh, that, I think, is that you who got him, Omega?
I was getting a bunch of people right now. Oh shit. Thor sneaking up on me.
One. Overtime.
We are undefeatable.
Nice work.
GG's.
Very nice.
Hope everyone has had a nice day. Yeah, pretty good.
Draco Bumpy.
Sounds like you had a great day.
See what your highlight was, Omega.
Wait, who was the MVP? Oh, this guy.
Draco Bumpy.
Good old Draco Bumpy. Healing everybody, I guess. Let's see, Macus.
Need some ranged firepower. Bad choices have bad consequences.
Hugs and love for Lady.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh. Okay, little guy. Hey, what are you doing here?
Everyone.
Oh.
Everyone
Okay, little guy.
Hope
You get a hug.
everyone's.
You get a hug. You get a hug.
You had a 20. Really? Had a 20 kill streak? Let me see about that. Is that right? And you're not the MVP? What?
Something doesn't sound right about that, Omega. I mean, not Omega. Macus.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh yeah, don't forget about the videos.
Oh shit. Too late.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Let me get them ready. Let's see. Umbren, where are your videos? Umbren. Oh shit, I gotta pick somebody. Shit.
Who'd you go for?
I just randomly picked Captain America, but I'll switch them right now. So that's one video. And Jenny, your video. Oh man, okay.
20-0. Okay, Macus. Okay.
Well, I got this video for you, Jenny, ready to go anytime. So here we go. This is your video, right?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Take the picture on the Discord, Macus. I wanna see this shit myself.
Elke 6 minuten.
Oh, I forgot to switch. Damn it.
Oh shit.
Where am I? Damn it. Got lost. Took a picture of it. Oh, of the 20 kill streak? Okay. You join that dance, Umbra? It's fun. It's a fun dance. I want to join German Beetlejuice too. Chuga chaka, chuga chaka. Oh, 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 shit, shit, shit. Ow, 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 damn it. Wait till you see, oh, your video, Umbra. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
These dudes are too good. Yeah, the team is just too good.
Bayonetta 3 is wild. That ass though lost me at oil orgy. Oh man. Jesus.
Geachte reizigers, de Jack Express komt elke 6 minuten.
Oh damn. Yeah,
Holy shit, he wasn't lying.
we died.
Discord.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. You could say this was definitely off the rails. Oop, posted that. 20 and 0 in Discord. That's cool. Good job, Macus, but damn, that other guy got the MVP. Pretty insane.
I'm sorry, I can't believe you didn't get VIP though.
Yeah, I don't know. That guy must have been healing everybody so good. Oh, did this already loop? Yeah, I think this looped. Yeah, cause it's not that long, that song. Yeah, let's see. So that was Jenny's. Here's Umbran. Yeah, gotta wait. Umbran's video. Looks like a Weird Al Yankovic. Bayonetta 3. Gamora, Queen Butterfly Tag Team. He's the ultimate fan of Bayonetta. It's a hell of a game. They are good. Alright. You got no fucking clue? Alright. Last match?
Last match?
Yeah.
Alright. If that's what you want to do.
Yeah. It's already getting pretty late.
Yeah, it's like 3 in the morning here anyways.
2 a.m., yep. This is Macca's streaming time.
Why aren't you streaming this, Macus?
3 a.m. here.
I'm Brandon Easterner, just like me.
Yeah. Oh, got an ad right now. Let me run that. Alright, let's go out with a win. Do your best. Can you what? No, I don't know.
Not
Oh,
sure what that means, can I what?
what you talking about, Brady?
Huh? I'm saying... Oh, I was saying that you're an Easterner just like me. Who's in the Eastern time zone. That's what I was talking about on Brand.
Oh, yeah, that's what he said. You're in the same time zone.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2. Don't forget, securing the mission area is your top priority.
Damn, already, shit.
They come out hard.
Oh shit, he's not dead? Fucking shark. Little shit.
Shit.
Oh my god, that took a lot of hits. Jesus.
What the fuck's that? There it goes. Let's put it down.
Got their shark.
Oh shit, his venom. Damn. Good night, Brand.
Yeah, good night.
Take care, dude.
Oh shit. Who's healing Groot? God damn it. Why is Groot so strong? Oh, I see. Here we go.
Oh, Widow got me.
They got two healers, the Ice Girl and Baby Shark. So try to kill them. Oh, and a sniper with Black Widow.
Will be out there, yeah.
Oh no, this stupid shark.
Got him. Ah.
Umbrang Crow 1215 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Damn, okay, shit. It's fucking chaotic.
Ah. Spider-Man.
Yeah, he's dead. Okay.
Oh no. Spider-Man and Venom. But I got killed by two, so it was 3 against 1.
Ugh, man, this fucking frame rate.
Gotcha.
Get the fuck out of here. Shit. Oof, thanks, Shark.
They got a double KO there.
Keep it up, keep it up. Where are they? Shooting from above?
Oh, I thought you passed up, man. Like I said, this is the last one we're doing anyway, so. That was close. Fire KO streak. Get KO'd.
My vigor returns.
So close! This is your big chance!
Double KO. Oh shit.
I suggest you do not disappoint her. It seems we have company.
Alright. Hell yeah. GG's. Way to go. Kicked ass. Took names.
Yes, indeed.
Woo! That was the other
15 kills.
healer.
And yeah, I got 28 kills for me. I had the most kills.
Where do you see the kills and all that?
Oh, see where it says scoreboard? Hit that button.
Oh. Oh, okay. It's weird. On the PS4, I gotta hit that big middle button.
Yeah, that's the same for me. I didn't know you were playing on PS4, otherwise I could have just told you that.
No, it's just a PS4 controller, but I'm playing on PC.
19 kills for you, very nice.
28. Damn, good job, Brady. You got 28. That's crazy. Final hits. Yeah, awesome. Good job, everybody. Oh yeah, Umbran, you got a video? Let's see what Umbran sent us. And actually, let me shut off the game right now. Alright. Oh, I see. This is the one. Alright, here we go. Good shit. Yeah. That was great.
Philo Ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
A bird video, and it's not Godilla. That's it. That's a twist. Alright, who to raid? Who's on still? Dave is on. Necro is on. Oh, Cobra. Haven't raided Cobra Commander in a bit. Let's raid her. Cobra. She's also retro player, retro streamer. Of course, Macus. No problem, Brady. You guys made it fun too. Alright, thank you everybody. And let's raid out to Cobra Commander. Say hi to her. In 7. Oh shit. Oh, there you go. And there we go.